Space tourism will be extremely successful. Someday, like you go out in a cruise ship now, someday you could take a 3-day flight to the moon, spend 3 days on the surface doing whatever they're going to do there, and then 3 days back home. I think that tourists will be going to the moon in my lifetime. I don't think it'll be routine until, maybe a couple decades down the line, but young people today.
I will go if you're my pilot. We have to go. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Is he taking his binder away?
Yeah, can we do it after?
Sure, kid. Social
You
media.
had the boombox again or not?
No, sir. I got.
Oh. Awesome. everybody. Please start finding your seats. We'll begin in a few moments. Good morning and welcome. I'm Colonel Brandon Bowman, the commander for the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Jacksonville District. At this time, please stand for the playing of the national anthem. Please be seated. Thank you all for joining us today at the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir Project site. If you found this place on your first try, congratulations. You demonstrate the kind of persistence and land navigation skills that it takes to work in the Everglades. We're very grateful to be here today to mark this significant milestone for the reservoir. This reservoir is going to cover 10,500 acres and pound 240,000 acre-feet of water. And the operational limit depth of the water is going to be over 20 feet tall. To give you a frame of reference, the John Deere excavator to your right, the top of that knuckle marks the upper limit of the water that will be pounded in this reservoir. This is one of the nation's most important ecosystem restorations projects. And while I have not had a chance to speak to the Artemis II crew, I believe it's the largest ecosystem restoration project in the known galaxy. A truly remarkable effort we're undertaking here today. But first, I'd like to recognize the distinguished guests and speakers joining us today. We have with us Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, Adam Telle, Governor Ron DeSantis, Representative Mario Diaz de Balart, Representative Brian Mast, Secretary Alexis Lambert, Deputy Administrator Wes Brooks, Major General Jason Kelly, and last but not least, Mr. Eric Eichenberg. At this time, it is my privilege to welcome our first speaker, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Deputy Commanding General for Civil and Emergency Operations, Major Jason Kelly.
Governor DeSantis, Representative Diaz-Balart, Representative Mast, Assistant Secretary Telle, distinguished guests, partners, and friends of the Everglades, thank you for being here. Today's gathering is not about plans on paper. It's about progress you can see, measure, and stand on. The Central Everglades Planning Project, CEP, is the crowning jewel of the comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. And what brings us together today is not just a project, it's proof of what's possible when we align purpose, partners, and performance. This is a partnership story between the United States Army, the state of Florida, and the South Florida Water Management District. Together, we've taken on one of the most ambitious ecosystem restoration efforts in the world, and we've agreed to do it faster. The Army has challenged us to complete the Everglades agricultural area, to complete this reservoir by December 31st, 2029. That's a formidable goal, and we're on track to meet it with full alignment and full commitment. Let me be clear. We're not waiting, we're moving. The A2 reservoir, 10,500 acres with 240,000 acre feet of storage, is underway. Contracts for canals and foundation work are already awarded and progressing. At the same time, the A2 stormwater treatment area, 6,500 acres of engineered wetlands, it's under construction, ensuring that the water we move south is clean water. 17,000 acres of infrastructure, roughly the size of Manhattan, being built right now. Being built right now to restore one of the world's most iconic ecosystems. And this didn't start today. We built the SEP plan in half the typical time, and we're applying the same urgency now. We've seen what success looks like at places like Picayune Strand, where hydrology is improving, native species are returning. This is momentum, but progress only matters if it produces outcomes. This project will deliver 370,000 acre feet of new water south every year. Water that today is lost to tide. That's enough water to cover the city of Orlando in about 4.5 feet. It'll restore flow across more than 1.5 million acres, revitalizing habitats, rebalancing ecosystems, and reversing decades of decline. It'll reduce damaging discharges to the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries by up to 80%. And it'll strengthen the resilience of a system that serves 9 million people, providing water supply, flood protection, and economic stability for a state whose economy depends on healthy Everglades. This is not just environmental restoration. This is national infrastructure. This is a significant investment shared between the federal government and the state of Florida, returning roughly $4 in benefit for every dollar invested. That's impact. And we aren't just delivering, we're accelerating. We're leveraging advanced modeling, modern construction methods, and empowered decision-making. We've welcomed assistance, and we're enabling our partners to move faster, because moving water south efficiently requires the entire system working together. And we're doing it all under a unified federal-state framework that I believe is setting a new standard for how complex infrastructure gets delivered in this country. Which brings me to this. This effort is a direct reflection of a broader shift. A shift in how we think about delivery. A shift in how we measure success. A shift captured in a simple but powerful idea. Building infrastructure, not paperwork. And no one has been more instrumental in driving that shift than the leader I have the privilege to introduce. And for my final minute on the mic, I offer this. The agreement that accelerates the EAA reservoir to 2029 is not theoretical. It's policy in action. It's what happens when leadership cuts through delay. aligns authorities, and empowers teams to deliver. Every year we gain is another year of clean water moving south, another year of reduced harmful discharges, another year of strong full resilience for 9 million Americans. That didn't happen by accident. It happens because leaders demand outcomes and back their teams to achieve them. Mr. Adam Telle, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, has set that standard. Through his Building Infrastructure, Not Paperwork initiative, he has challenged us to move faster, think differently, and deliver tangible value to the American people. What you see here today, dirt moving, contracts awarded, schedules compressed, outcomes advancing, that is his vision being executed on the ground. Sir, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your clarity. Thank you for your commitment to results. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, Mr. Adam Telle.
Let's see here. Good morning. Thank you, General Kelly, for the kind words. General Kelly and I sort of share a mission together, and we work every single day together. Great partner. His leadership has delivered here. He's a former commander of the South Atlantic Division, which had jurisdiction over this area. He knows it. He's been working on it for years and years and years. I'm Adam Telle. I'm the top official in the Trump administration responsible for carrying out the Army Civil Works mission. I'm the 14th Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, and my job is to work on behalf of President Trump, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll to deliver on the Army Civil Works mission. Today is an extremely special day, and what we're announcing here today is incredible. It's one of the most significant developments in the history of the Everglades, and really in the history of the American natural environment. It's one of the most significant developments for aquatic resources in our nation's history. Today will cement President Donald J. Trump as the Everglades president. Today was made possible by President Trump's Make America Beautiful Again agenda, and I would specifically like to recognize Make America Beautiful Again Task Force Chairman, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, Make America Beautiful Again Task Force Executive Director, Assistant to the President Vince Haley, and other members of the Make America Beautiful Again Task Force and the Water Subcabinet represented here today. Today will cement improve water quality, and restore critical habitat. And it helps the entire nation. This is not just Florida's Everglades, it's America's Everglades, but more importantly, our aggressive partnership empowering the state of Florida to execute expands our national capacity, focuses on delivery now, and will reserve future Corps of Engineers excellence nationwide. This is what building infrastructure, not paperwork, is all about, as General Kelly so articulately said. Anyone who's watched this project over the decades knows the schedule has always slipped, the cost has always escalated, and that ends today with a unified partnership and priority of effort to drive us toward completion by 2029. We are empowering our commanders to move out and compel delivery of a high-benefit, actionable increment using aged funds that were sitting unused and depreciating in value. Together, through building infrastructure, not paperwork, we will prove that the United States of America is still capable of building big things, not just stacking government reports of paralysis by analysis to the ceiling. Of the dozens and dozens of projects being carried out under the comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir behind us, I think we should rename it the Donald J. Trump Reservoir, will by far have the most significant impact. It is the hub around which all the spokes turn. It's the central nervous system for the Everglades. This reservoir will drastically improve the quantity, quality, and timing of water throughout South Florida. It'll preserve critical waterways and estuaries, the Caloosahatchee River and estuary, much to the delight of my senior advisor, many of you know him, Connor Tomlinson. The St. Lucie River estuary, much to the delight of Congressman Brian Mast, who's here with us today. This project will be good for everyone. Residents, ranchers, fishermen, farmers, outdoorsmen, and everyone who enjoys visiting Florida. And here's the part that's going to make news today. Today, we're announcing for the first time that the Army has embarked on an unprecedented multi-billion-dollar contract to complete not just the foundation of the EAA, but also to complete the embankment structure and the water control structures. This is truly a modern American mega project, possible only under the leadership of President Trump, Governor DeSantis, and so many others before them. A special shout out to General Kelly and Colonel Bowman and the teams at the South Atlantic Division and the Jacksonville District for their work to get us here today. This announcement will accelerate the completion of this work by at least 5 years. We can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a very bright future for the Everglades, the state of Florida, and the entire nation. Now you understand why I call President Trump the Everglades president. Few more superlatives before I turn it over. To give you an idea of the scale of this project, the footprint of the reservoir, as has been said before, and the treatment area is larger than all of Manhattan Island. We are excavating enough material, dirt and rock here, to build the Great Pyramid of Giza, not once, not twice, but more than 10 times. The embankment alone is wider than a football field and taller than a 7-story building. I recently, back in January, I was just telling the governor about this as we were sitting there. I received a panic call one night from the Jacksonville district. Sir, we need $250 million by tomorrow so that we can reserve a drag line right away. Well, I said, what's a drag line? That's a drag line. And if you know me and my team knows me, a call asking for $250 million tomorrow is not the type of call I like to receive. It's not a call anyone wants to place to me. But it's indicative of the scale of this project. This drag line is one of only 3 electric drag lines of its type in the entire world. The bucket can hold a full-size pickup truck. It looks small out there, but it can hold a full-size pickup truck. And by the way, we got a better deal than $250 million on it. This is one of the largest, most complex civil engineering projects in human history. And not only are we doing it, we're doing it in record time. This is the type of scale that has made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. As we head towards the summer, the nation is ready to celebrate its 250th year. On July 4th, we'll all turn 250 together. As we think about what the United States of America means to humanity today, what it's meant over the last 250 years, we think about the Make America Beautiful Again. We think about building infrastructure, not paperwork. This project, just as it serves as a central hub for Florida water, it serves as a central embodiment of all these important efforts. In other words, we're doing here what the Trump administration is all about, building more, faster, and uplifting the American spirit in the process. If our team here is successful, and I'm confident that they will be, the Army Corps of Engineers will once again be revered in the consciousness of the American public as the greatest civil engineering entity humanity has ever devised. Perhaps once again, with the foundation we're laying here, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will be known as the bunch that expanded our nation westward via the rivers, that built the Panama Canal, that built the Pentagon in less than 16 months, and that saved South Florida's water by restoring the Everglades 5 years before anyone thought it was possible. Thank you, President Trump and Governor DeSantis, for making today possible. The Everglades President and the Everglades Governor are getting it done. Your passion is delivering a legacy to America for many generations to come. Thank you, Governor DeSantis.
Well, what an exciting announcement. This is the largest environmental restoration in the history of the United States of America, and it's been a federal and state partnership. Sometimes it's been a good partnership, sometimes it's been slow, and sometimes both sides have let it drag on a little bit, but I've never seen more teamwork and more singularity of purpose to be able to deliver this massive EAA project, which we've been doing a lot of work since I became governor leading up to this. And this is kind of the finishing piece, the crown jewel of what's been a major effort. And we started back in 2019. We really wanted to jumpstart the Everglades restoration. We felt that there hadn't been enough attention to it. And the thing is, in a lot of these situations, we all know one thing: the federal government, they have a credit card. The states have to balance their budget. So there's always the incentive for states to just not do their share and thinking that the federal government can just go ahead and pick up the slack. We were the opposite. Our view was we're not going to have any credibility going to the federal government, particularly President Trump, if I'm not doing my fair share from the state. So we've dedicated $8 billion over the last 7 years for Everglades restoration and water quality improvements. That's a massive increase of what Florida had been doing prior to that. And so you see it in things like the C-44 reservoir, the C-43 reservoir, the raising of the Tamiami Trail, the massive amount of water that's now flowing south to Florida Bay, and the salinity levels that we're recording there are the healthiest we've seen in many decades. And so all that's been so important. We've had a lot of support from members of the Florida legislature over the years, and also, of course, the people of Florida have been very supportive of really doing something that's big and that's meaningful, and we believed in that the whole time. When President Trump came in, during President Trump's first term, when I came in, he was a great partner in all of this. The Biden just was not. I mean, we had a lot of momentum going. They had moved the completion date back to 2034, which was not something that we felt was acceptable. There wasn't a lot of good teamwork from a political perspective back during those times. And so what a difference leadership makes. We now have this, with these contracts executed, with the money that's now been dedicated to bring this completion, not in 2034, which is what it was scheduled to do under the previous administration, but 5 years earlier, 2029. And that means from the time we set out during my first week as governor in 2019, that it will have been a 10-year period to do not just the state's promises, but also the projects that the federal government. And let me tell you, nobody thought that was possible back in 2019. So I'm really excited for what we've seen. It's not just been rhetorical commitment to Everglades restoration on the part of the Trump administration. It's been actions that have been meaningful, including the memorandum of understanding that we did last year. We just made the observation that we have a capacity in Florida to move projects along, that if they dedicated or if they delegated some of that to us, as well as providing the funding, our guys could get it done alongside the federal projects, the other federal projects that were going. So we've gotten that, and as soon as that agreement, the ink wasn't even dry, and we were already soliciting the bids, and we're able to do the pump station, groundbreaking, the Blue Shanty Waterway. Both of those are going to be major components to the EAA reservoir and what we're doing to move water south. That is how you do it. You do these collaborative efforts, and I was very pleased to see that and see the progress. And then this to happen has been tremendous. And so the federal government is upholding the promises that they've made and that was supposed to be done, over the many years. They're getting it done. And I will tell you, I give a lot of credit to the Army Corps. I remember talking to the president during his first term. We were talking about these issues, and I had mentioned, like, yeah, could you talk to the Army Corps about me? And, his reaction was basically like, oh, man, that bureaucracy is just like, it's so, and it's true. It wasn't that they were bad people or they weren't faithful servants. It was just that whatever the culture, the bureaucracy, was tough to move. I will tell you, in the last year, I've never seen the Army Corps move more quickly and decisively to be able to do this. And so, General, kudos to you and your folks. Your soldiers are doing a great job. It's noticeable and it's very, very meaningful. And so I appreciate what they've been able to do. And I also want to thank, I know we've got a couple of our members of Congress here. We've had strong support over the years from the Florida delegation. I want to thank you guys for supporting the funding for the federal share of the Everglades over the years, because it really has been a team effort. This is going to be something that people are going to look back on, not just in years, but decades and probably even more. And to say that we restored really the crown jewels of Florida's entire ecosystem, as great as all the stuff we have here, the Everglades is the crown jewel, and we're doing what we need to do to make sure that we leave it better to God than we found it. So thanks everybody for doing that, and God bless. And I don't know, is the secretary who's coming up next to be, you got to take care of it? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Please welcome Representative Mario Diaz-Balart from Florida's 26th Congressional District.
Thank you, sir. How are you, sir? Thank you. Still morning, almost, right? Good morning, folks. Before I start, I do want to remind us, which is always important to do, and through you, General, and your people, and also through one of my dear friends, who I have the privilege of working hand in glove on foreign policy issues because of our chairmanships, Chairman Brian Mast. We got to remember that right now, the United States is at war. We have men and women in harm's way. So if I may, through you, if you would allow me, to thank all those men and women who volunteer, who keep us safe and who keep us free. Let's always thank you, remember you, and we can never say enough. So thank you all for serving the way you do, to all of you and those in harm's way. A lot of folks were mentioned. I'm not going to do that again. I did also see Ron Bergeron here. Where is it, my dear friend? Good to see you, sir, as always, and your leadership. Look, I'm not going to repeat a lot that has already been said, but leadership matters. And we see the leadership of the president. I'll never forget the first time that I was able to meet with him and receive him in the Everglades. And that was during something that a lot of people thought was not possible, which is the expedite of the dam around Lake Okeechobee. That was done in record time, saved taxpayer money. A lot of people thought it was not possible. It was possible because of the leadership of a president. And to you, Mr. Secretary, your commitment. And not only your commitment to get this done, but your willingness to kind of push the envelope to do it faster, cheaper, more efficiently. Thank you, because leadership matters. And General, you already mentioned, but without your commitment, your leadership, your no-nonsense attitude, I don't think we'd be here today. And clearly this concept of doing this faster would just be a pipe dream. So thank you. And to Governor DeSantis, look, Mr. Secretary, you talked about how, yes, we should remember among the things of President Trump is he is the person who has done more for the Everglades than, frankly, anybody before him. But I also would be remiss if I didn't mention, while this governor has been, frankly, remarkable in so many ways, there's a reason why this is the free state of Florida. And there's a reason why everybody wants to move here. A big part of that is your leadership, Mr. Governor. So thank you for your leadership, but also your leadership on willing to do the tough work and break down those barriers on Everglades restoration. Really, my gratitude to you, sir. This project, which again had been, a lot of folks had been bouncing it back. It's remarkable when you see it in person. The scope of this project just demonstrates how, yes, it's expensive, yes, it's large, yes, it's costly, but yes, it is also essential. And the fact that because of this attitude and this working partnership between the federal government, the state, the Army Corps, the president, the governor, the fact that we're all here today actually talking about not just doing this project, but that ground has been broken and that this is going to be done not on time, earlier. And I will tell you, as an appropriator, I love to see that. Because when we do it earlier, that means, right, that we don't have to do it forever, and it saves us money. But again, I would be remiss. Leadership matters. This is what leadership can do when you work together. I'm in awe of all of you, and it's a privilege to be here with you today. I'm not going to repeat the words that have already been expressed, except for the fact that leadership matters, partnerships matters, and this is what happens when you work together. So thank you. It's a privilege to be here with you today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Congressman. Please welcome Representative Brian Mast from Florida's 21st Congressional District.
Thank you, Colonel. Governor, you've been working on this since before you were even sworn into office. You gave me the honor of chairing your environmental transition team. You've been doing it since before you ever put your hand on a Bible. And without you finding the dollars year after year after year, doesn't matter what Mario comes up with on appropriations, it doesn't happen. So thank you. Thank you for your dedication to this. And Mario, without you coming up with the dollars and the rest of the appropriators, it doesn't happen. So thank you for getting that done. Secretary, you made a commitment not to be the best friend of every single person in Washington, D.C., but to go out there and say, you know what? We have to do something that hasn't been done. Live under the mantra that if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. And actually decide there's going to be real priorities, real orders of business to get projects completed, and then move on to another project and get another one completed and another one completed. And that hasn't been the way that operations have been conducted year after year. So without that, this project doesn't get done ahead of schedule. So thank you for that commitment. And for President Trump, your boss, my boss, our boss, you know, he was the first president to come out and stand with many of us on the shores of Lake Okeechobee a number of years ago, recognizing the connectivity of this entire system. General, you've been out there on the shores of Lake Okeechobee, whether at times where there have been other government officials or just with me in the midst of disgusting algal blooms where, you know, you couldn't barely breathe a breath of air. You've taken the time to get yourself educated in the most real way on all of these issues, and that dedication shows in the way that you're committing to get these projects done. Can't thank you enough for all of that. And you look at this and you go down the line and you look at our South Florida Water Management District and Drew Bartlett and our commissioners there, Crocodile, I call him Crocodile just to mess with him, but Alligator Ron Bergeron and Chauncey and Ben and everybody that's working at it, and our advocacy groups from Everglades to captains, everybody that's just out there working to get this done. It doesn't happen without everybody doing it to recognize what we're dealing with here is what connects all of us in Florida. Water connects all of us. Whether we like to sit at a restaurant and eat on the water, whether we got a home on the water, we got a dock that goes out on the water, we like to be out on a vessel fishing or just out at a sandbar somewhere, whether it's the water that flows from the Kissimmee into the lake, down through the river of grass and into the Everglades and feeds the Everglades and Florida Bay and Everglades National Park. Every single one of us, we are connected by the water in the state of Florida. And for every one of you that I mentioned and 100 others, thank you everybody for making it your commitment that what connects all of us is going to be better than the water anywhere else in the country, anywhere else in the world. And I think that's what y'all are working to accomplish. So thank you, everybody, for your commitment. And Colonel, microphone's back to you. Thank you for all your work as well. You've been an incredible Colonel. We'll be sad to see you go when that time.
has helped turn this agreement into real progress on the ground. Today is about celebrating the value of partnership and another meaningful step forward in the crown jewel, for the crown jewel of Everglades Restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Lambert. Please welcome Deputy Administrator for Policy with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Water, Mr. Wes Brooks.
Hey, this is awesome, guys. Just amazing to be here. On behalf of Administrator Zeldin and Assistant Administrator Jess Kramer, I am Wes Brooks, Deputy Assistant Administrator in EPA's Office of Water. You know, the Administrator and I recently toured some stormwater treatment areas a little northeast of here with Drew in the district, and he is sorry he couldn't make it, but he is excited that for the opportunity that this infrastructure will provide to support clean water and the fact that it's set to be delivered at Trump speed. Of course, the current iteration of this project has been kicking around for about a decade now, in part because of the bureaucratic morass in DC. So many here today, including me, work to navigate that. You know, it still took us a decade. My friend Major General Kelly is all too familiar with my complaints that this project was so nice the Corps had to authorize it twice. Those two WERDA authorizations that were led by Senator Rubio and Congressman Mass in 2018 and 2020 were just the beginning. Unfunded authorizations, as you know, can only take you so far, and here's where I want to take a moment to recognize President Trump's leadership. I remember the summer of 2018 when the algae blooms on the lake were really kicking up right after 4th of July weekend. Senator Rubio wrote to the president at that time asking not just for the Corps to reevaluate their policies around Lake Okeechobee management, but to also ask the president to double the $100 million annual federal investment in SERP at that time to expedite delivery of critical water management infrastructure like this reservoir we're standing in today. And in 2019, following a specific joint funding request from Senator Rubio and a newly elected Governor DeSantis and a newly elected Senator Scott, President Trump did just that, doubling his budget request to Congress for Everglades Restoration that year, and subsequently driving the ramped up federal funding the program has experienced over the last several years, with the strong support of Congressman Diaz-Balart and the rest of our congressional delegation in Florida. President Trump's legacy as a great American builder is on display here today because he never shies away from an opportunity to take on grand projects. He's not alone. Together with Governor DeSantis' relentless resolve to implement water quality and flood protection projects at a scale no other state has even dared, the EAA Reservoir Project and Everglades Restoration as a whole are on a completion schedule that's now measurable and achievable in years rather than decades. Assistant Secretary Telle and his team, give a shout out to Lee Forsgren and Connor Tomlinson as well. They deserve amazing credit for seizing this opportunity, not just to deliver on a major project, but also to fulfill the original programmatic visions of both the Clean Water Act and the 1986 Water Resources Development Act. The federal agency's roles were designed to provide a foundation and set the minimum standards for ensuring compliance with statutory requirements. But it was never intended to crowd out the states from going faster, from going above and beyond. But that's what's happened over decades. April 13th, 2026 now marks the date here in this reservoir, here in the Everglades, where those distant legislative visions were born into bold reality. And it demonstrates what can be achieved for communities and for our environment when cooperative federalism is more than just a talking point. The Trump EPA is committed to this version of real and robust cooperative federalism with all of our state and tribal partners, and we're committed to supporting the continued restoration of America's Everglades with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Our final guest speaker today is Mr. Eric Eichenberg, Chief Executive Officer of the Everglades Foundation.
What a privilege it is to bat last in this all-star lineup. What a happy day for the Everglades. As I'm sitting here listening to these remarks, my mind is going back a number of years ago. In April of 2016, this state was under a state of emergency due to toxic algae from Lake Okeechobee being dumped to the St. Lucie, to the Caloosahatchee, and to the Lake Worth Lagoon. On August 9th of 2016, then State Senator Joe Negron stood in a community center in downtown Stuart and called for the authorization and construction of a reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee. Senate Bill 10 passed during the 2017 legislative session, and off we went. But at that point, it was on paper. And it took a moment in 2019, 2 days after taking his hand off the Bible, Ron DeSantis showed up in Bonita Springs, and he laid out a bold vision for the Everglades, a vision that called at the time for $2.5 billion during that first term. A bold vision that called for the construction of the 6,500-acre stormwater treatment area that complements this reservoir. And he called out a bold vision to empower a South Florida water management district to get it done. And under his leadership, and Chauncey Goss, Drew Bartlett, and their other board members that are here today, and the men and women that make up the South Florida Water Management District, they have stepped up in a huge way. This state agency is remarkable. And each and every day they are moving the ball down the field to have ultimate restoration. But it takes a partner. And Everglades Restoration is a partnership between the federal government and the state of Florida. And now under President Trump's leadership, Secretary Telle, the men and women of the Army Corps of Engineers, General, Colonel, you all have now stepped up in a massive moment to ensure that this project is built in now 3 years, 1,357 days from today. This reservoir, a $4 billion project, the largest reservoir in the history of this country and the history of this Corps, will be built to send clean, fresh water south down to Everglades National Park and ultimately Florida Bay. That's what this is all about. In the past, Everglades projects were on the peripheral. Yes, they were part of a comprehensive plan, but they were on the peripheral. This project finally links Lake Okeechobee to the Everglades that Marjorie Stoneman Douglas wrote about, the River of Grass, and then down to the park in Florida Bay. This is a moment that we have been waiting for decades. And on behalf of the Everglades Foundation, I want to thank the governor, I want to thank the president, our bipartisan congressional delegation, Chairman Diaz-Balart, Chairman Mast, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a whole host of others, time and again, step up in support of America's Everglades. And finally, I want to thank the partners who the foundation works with on a regular basis. You all are committed to this just as much as these agencies are. I want to acknowledge Captains for Clean Water, Bonefist Tarpon Trust, Audubon Florida, and so many others who dedicate themselves to making sure that this natural treasure, this national priority is built in our lifetime. And it is a pleasure to be with you all here this morning. Governor, thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you. General, and we look forward to standing here in 2029 with a big ribbon. Thank you all very much.
That concludes today's events, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Department of the Army, thank you for being here. Thank you for your continued partnership. We look forward to continuing to support and work to restore America's Everglades. And one thing I learned in my time here as District Commander is Everglades restoration is a team sport and it takes all of us. So thank you very much for coming today.
Throughout my congressional district, but this was an opportunity to really hear the specific impacts. I have had a chance to hear from these folks that their own costs of doing business have gone up dramatically. I mean, what they have to pay to purchase products that they use, and then how do they figure out how to balance what they charge their customers without driving the price so high that they lose their customers. The difficulty in shipping has been tremendous because the complexity and the volatility of the president's tariff tax scheme has made things so difficult that oftentimes the products that they're waiting for take so long to have the tariff scheme applied to it that they have a delay in getting their products delivered to them. They've also, many of them have seen a drop in traffic from their customers because in the case of floral importers, for example, or a bicycle renting business, these are you know, if luxury items or items that are really not essential to people's lives. So when they're making cost of living decisions, they often decide to cut recreation, cut something like flowers that out of their lives that they don't necessarily need, because they need to be able to buy groceries and pay their rent and pay their electric bill. And so the unconstitutional, overturned tariffs that President Trump levied last year are still hitting businesses, because instead of taking a step back, being reasonable, and working with the United States Congress, who have the sole authority to levy taxes, tariff taxes, what he has done is now he's shifting to other means of levying tariffs, and that's created even more uncertainty. So I wanted to hear from them, and now I want you to hear from them. So I'm going to ask those here, some of the folks here who shared their experience with me, to talk with you about what the impact of the tariffs have been on their business and their ability to stay in business and serve their customers. So Paula, your name, your business, and how it's impacted you.
Okay, in Spanish, all in Spanish.
And Paola is going to speak in Spanish.
I'll do my best. Okay, mi nombre es Paola. Yo tengo una bakery, una panadería en Pembroke Pines, y un restaurante en Pembroke Pines. Meu produto principal es mantequilla, que traigo de Francia, como mantequilla seguido de chocolate de Bélgica, y vinos también de Europa. Las mantequillas, para ustedes tener una idea, yo pagaba como $83-90 una caja 2 años atrás. Hoy estoy pagando $213 una caja. Chocolates, entonces, más del doble. Y vino también. Entonces, es muy difícil continuar un business cuando el principal producto, los principales productos están tan más, los precios están tan más altos. Es difícil porque no solo los productos, mas los mantenimientos de los equipos también que tenemos. Para arreglar un horno, hoy yo gasto 10 veces más do que gastaba 2 años atrás por cuenta de las partes, del servicio. Es muy difícil continuar así, porque no puedo pasar la cantidad que tengo que pagar a más, no puedo pasar a mi cliente. So, sí, no es fácil. Yo estoy aquí con bastante esperanza que esto se arregle. Gracias.
Paola was saying in our discussion that, you know, like she just said in Spanish, there's only so much that she can pass on to the customer. She can't charge $10 for a croissant. You know, I mean, you have to make sure that for your products that the prices are reasonable enough or people will stop coming in. So thank you for sharing it. I mean, the increase from $80 to $213 for your butter that's insane.
Yeah.
And I want to ask Christy Hebert, who is the CEO of Ward Electric, to join us at the podium. One of the things that I thought was really important that Christy said was, look, with the increase in prices that has resulted by necessity, because business owners are getting hit with these increased tariffs, that, by the way, everyone needs to remember, tariffs are not paid by other people. They're not paid by other countries. They're paid by our businesses who are importing products that they need to be able to keep their businesses afloat. Christy pointed out in our discussion that once these prices increase, you know, even with the elimination of one type of tariff, President Trump is shifting to different tariff schemes. Those prices aren't coming down. And so essentially we're going to have this hangover from Trump's tariff scheme for the foreseeable, if not our permanent future. Chrissy?
Welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. Welcome to Ward's Marine Electric, a 76-year-old third-generation business. And as I appreciate the opportunity to sit with you and have this discussion, because we're really looking for some real solutions. And South Florida is very unique in that we represent the largest concentration of services for the yachting community, the boating community. We represent 121,000 jobs in this county alone and $9.98 billion. But that can all go away Boats have choices where they want to go, where they want to receive their services, and we need to keep those coming here. There's a domino effect of all of that economic impact for when those boats make a choice to come here. We're not dealing with the owners. That we get to have that conversation to say, well, you know what, you happen to be wealthy, you've worked your whole life, you have this motor yacht, you should just be able to pay it. The problem is it's coming down to small businesses. We are the businesses that are going in to do the repairs, that are making that boat the opportunity to go all around the world and deposit economic impacts into other places all across the country. And I think that that's important to preserve and protect here as the concentration of services, and we cannot do that with the impedance of large tariffs and things that we cannot predict into our pricing. So thank you for the opportunity. Maritime prosperity zones, we believe that South Florida is a maritime prosperity zone, and there possibly could be some relief and some regulatory leveling in order to protect the industry. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you, Christy. $9.8 billion economic impact from the yachting industry at Fort Lauderdale, and our area is the yachting capital of the world. And, you know, as Christy said, these, yachting managers can just send their clients' yacht somewhere else, to another country, because they have the ability to go anywhere. We want them to come here and make sure that they can infuse those incredible resources into our economy. So, did you want to say a few words?
Yes.
And introduce yourself, please.
Apparently we have to do a mic change,
Yes,
so we are
right.
absolutely...
Sophisticated operation here.
Tech operation. I guess this is a magnetized thing.
Yes.
The most untechy person here. Okay, hello, my name is Valerie Bressler. I am the owner of VB Hose Clamps here in the Fort Lauderdale area. I am Ms. VB herself. All I do is hose clamps and accessories for hose clamps. My main premium product is made in the UK. It's very specialized. I'm actually the US master distributor for this UK company who invented the clamp. So one does not just suddenly open a factory in the US and start making this specialized product here like poof. So, but it was like poof. That I suddenly began getting hit with the tariffs, and it has been about 4.5% of my annual revenues over the past year. And for a small sole proprietorship, it's kind of a lot. And again, just like Ms. Wasserman Schultz said, we're having to pass it along to the customers. We're having to lower margins, et cetera. It's a difficult road. It's something that is, I happen to sell a product that somebody might not think about all the time, but it's a component of so many other things. I primarily do serve the marine industry, both here in South Florida, but nationally, and a few Caribbean customers as well. I'm a master distributor. I supply other marine supply distributors, also some just general distribution companies like McMaster Carr. I supply some OEMs. It's a product that is in need, and not only, of course, have the costs gone up, and I've had to pass that along to my customers. Again, as the Congresswoman said, everywhere along the supply chain has seen huge hiccups. It takes forever just to get something passed through customs to bring it in. And the uncertainty, the volatility. I never know from week to week, day to day, if there's going to be a sudden change in the tariff structure, such as very recently, beginning of this month, there was a sudden change to the article, the section of the article that particularly pertains to my stainless steel products, where it's suddenly going to a 50% tariff. It had been 25% of steel, then it was 10% because it comes from the UK, and it makes it almost impossible to plan, particularly for when I'm supplying other distributors. I can't just say, well, today your price is going to be such and such, because they have their prices that they've set in their catalogs for their customers and everything. So it means a loss of revenue for me. It means costs that have to be passed on in pricing that I then have to worry about. Am I out you know, am I going to get non-competitive because they're just going to go to, say, a cheaper Asian-made product or something, which is also subject to the tariffs. But the uncertainty is just rather maddening to deal with. But again, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I really appreciate the opportunity for us to be able to make our voices heard today. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Another
shift the tech.
Yes. Oh yes. Yes. Switch the mic. Another food business.
Everybody here takes step to the right.
You're good.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. You're the kind of debacle that we're in right now. But as small businesses, I must say I'm very impressed by the people that are here because they're nimble and they're quick and they're able to pivot. But there comes a point where it does become overwhelming, and I'm hoping, thank you very much, Congresswoman, for being here, that we can find a level playing field to be able to bring things back into some sort of normalcy. So really happy to be here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, the president keeps emphasizing America first with this tariff policy because he seems to be punitively trying to get companies to reshore their manufacturing here in the United States, which I'm all for. In fact, we were able to incentivize the reshoring of computer chip manufacturing with the Chips and Science Act during the Biden administration. And you know how that happened? It happened through the executive branch working with the legislative branch on legislation that was multifaceted and comprehensive, and we were able to figure out how to pass a law, and now we have companies like Intel and other companies that are actually in the process, Dell as well, of building manufacturing plants here to make sure that, because it's in our national security interest, to manufacture chips that were invented in the United States in the United States. But a go-it-alone strategy where the president doesn't seem to understand, you know, who's paying tariffs and how really sharply they impact our own small businesses who are paying them, nor is it an incentive structure to actually result in that reshoring, because I haven't found anyone who has noticed manufacturers suddenly coming back to avoid these tariffs. We've got to work together in a bipartisan way, and we have to work in multiple branches of government to ensure that the tariff authority that Congress has is reasserted and that we're able to work legislatively for what should be all of our goal, which is to make sure that we can get more manufacturing to happen here. That will benefit everybody. But I want to shift to the floral industry, which is also a huge economic driver in South Florida, and have them talk about the impact of the tariffs on their folks. And then, if you would like to join us, or you don't have to.
So good afternoon. My name is Christine Bolt. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Association of Floral Importers of Florida and America. We represent the flower industry, small and medium-sized businesses. When the tariffs went into effect, the industry had to figure out how to finance this. Overnight, we had to figure out how to finance paying tariffs within 7 days, but also then to finance it from the 30 to 60 days that it takes to get paid and to sell the flowers to the consumer. So flowers are a luxury, as some of the others have said, and so it's not something that everyone is going to all of a sudden put in their cart if they're worried about paying for milk and butter and bread and meat. So we want to make sure that we can not only have the consumer purchase more flowers and have the value of understanding the benefit of flowers, but also to continue to purchase them and not have issues. Shrinkflation has happened. This is one of the things. So a lot of times the supermarkets or mass markets reduce the number of stems, but keep the prices the same. So again, the consumer ends up paying more. We need to make sure that consumers have a good experience and continue purchasing flowers. Thank you very much, Congresswoman, for understanding that flowers are a nationwide product, but most of them come through South Florida. So it's really important for us as a major importer and employer here in South Florida to make sure we can continue that.
Thank you so much, Christina. And if you didn't say it, but I know you always do, 90% of flowers imported to the United States come through Miami. I mean, so if the flower industry, gets a cold, then the rest of us get the flu, and we certainly don't want that. Last but not least, Joyce from Joyce's Baskets, because that's another thing that people really love to be able to purchase for their friends and family and businesses who are helping customers, but we want to make sure that Joyce and her colleagues can stay in business.
Absolutely. Joyce Ariana of Joyce's Baskets, online service, and the tariffs are really scary for the gift basket industry. I know it's scary for my business, and so I'm going to say it's scary for everyone's business, regardless of what business that you're in. And I've noticed that a lot of the businesses that I purchase products from have went out of business, and the ones that are staying, the prices are so high till they have to pass that on to us due to the tariffs. It makes it difficult for me as a small business owner to continue to pivot and make prices affordable for my online shoppers and clients. And so by doing that, that makes us all small businesses work harder. We have to work harder, and we also have to work smarter with the tariffs. I'm hoping that our good Congresswoman here, Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, is always on the ball with things like this, and I'm saying that, it's hard. For me right now as a business owner, it is hard. And so if we could have at least some relief that we can get, that we support you with on these tariffs, would be absolutely wonderful. Because as a business owner, I've been in business 25 years. I've been through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I would like to stay in business. I would not like for the tariffs to take me where I have to give a notice that I'm closing and be very politely with it. But I know the main factor is that the tariffs got so high that I could not afford to buy product from my vendors or my manufacturers. So this conversation today, this warning, was absolutely something that's needed to be said. It's needed to be heard by other small businesses in different areas, what they're going through as well. And Congresswoman, I thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart that you're doing all of this for us.
Thank you.
And I can say, all of us here, that we support you 100%.
many earning top honors. And I share that with you because it reflects the level of commitment and excellence that our firefighters bring to their work every single day here at Station 25 and all across the other 20 stations in Seminole County. Just over a mile from here on State Road 436 behind the shopping plaza sits the current Fire Station 25, which serves approximately 16,000 residents across more than 4 square miles. It was built in 1975. It's as old as me. By the former City of Castleberry Fire Department, and it's one of Seminole County's oldest and smallest stations at just over 6,000 square feet. I would say we would all agree that this is long, long overdue. Today, we're taking an important step forward. The new facility represents the next and much needed chapter for Station 25, a modern, expanded space that will better serve both our firefighters and our community. Currently home to Tower 25 and Rescue 25 with 5 personnel, the new $12 million facility will be twice the size with 3 bays and capacity for up to 12 firefighters, including future Engine 25. To share more about this incredible investment and what it means to our department and our residents, it's my honor to introduce a leader who has dedicated 25 years to the Seminole County Fire Department, Fire Chief Matt Kinley.
So normally I don't smile a whole lot, and since walking up here I haven't been able to wipe the smile off my face. Very much overdue, and I'm very happy for the citizens and our crews with this new fire station that's being built. Thank you, Vice Chairman Lockhart. I appreciate the historical perspective shared today, especially considering I was also born in 1975, about 9 months after this station came online. Throughout my career, I've had the privilege of standing on the shoulders of giants, leaders who helped build this department into what it is today. One of those leaders is here today, Founding Fire Chief Gary Kaiser. This project would not be possible without the support of the Board of County Commissioners, the County Manager's Office with Darren Gray, the Deputy County Manager Tricia Johnson, and our partners at the City of Castleberry. This is truly a collaborative effort. Demand for service continues to grow. Call volume at Station 25 has increased by 35% over the past decade, with crews responding to more than 5,400 calls annually, making it one of the busiest stations in our system. We have recently celebrated our 50th year anniversary for this department. This new Fire Station 25 is being built to support the next 50 years of growth within Seminole County. It reflects the kind of forward thinking, investment in public safety, that ensures that we are ready to serve our community at their greatest time of need. The new station will enhance emergency response capabilities throughout Castleberry and Fern Park, including improved access to State Road 436 corridor with the future addition of another engine company. This project would not be where it is today without the leadership of Deputy Chief of Operations Ben DeCure and Deputy Chief of Administration Matt Hetler, along with the tremendous work behind the scenes of everyone involved in facilities. Their experience, including their service with the City of Castleberry Fire Department prior to consolidation in 2015, my 2 deputy chiefs are former Castleberry firefighters, that knowledge of this community has been invaluable. We're stronger today because of that merger, along with the mergers of the City of Winter Springs and the City of Altamont Springs Fire Departments. We also remain grateful for the strong partnerships that we have with our neighboring fire departments. In Seminole County, the closest unit responds, regardless of jurisdiction, regardless of what call that it is. That's the key point that makes it successful in Seminole County. This is why our citizens can sleep well at night. We do not recognize borders. The closest, fastest unit gets to your emergency. Projects like this require teamwork. I'd like to recognize our Seminole County Facilities team, especially Director Chad Wilski and his team. I didn't see Chad here. I saw Nick Bro here. He's been helping us with multiple stations throughout the years. I also want to extend my thanks to project partners Schenkel Schultz, the design firm, Wharton Smith, our general contractor, and ZHA, the owner's representatives. If you're here today and have been part of this project, please raise your hand. Again, it's about partnerships. We could not do this without partnerships. This project also marks our first use of the construction manager risk delivery method, allowing for early collaboration, improved cost control, and greater efficiency. As you can see, the dirt for this station is already, looks like it's almost pad ready to go. That has not been the case in the past. This is moving very quickly. We look forward to opening this new facility in spring or early 2027. I hope we don't get another accident. On behalf of the 580 men and women of the Seminole County Fire Department, I just want to thank you for all your continued support. We, again, could not do it without you. It's now my pleasure to introduce the City of Castleberry Mayor, David Henson.
Well, first, thank you for getting this thing underway. We really appreciate it. Proud to work alongside a dedicated group of folks. This is a long time coming. This has been a project that we've been wanting to see for a long time. And I know the folks that work out of that station are going to really appreciate a new facility. This is much needed, and I think the citizens of Seminole County, especially this area, are really going to sleep well, knowing that this place is going to be state of the art. And with that, I'd like to have Darren Gray come back up, close us out.
Thank you, Mayor Henson, and for the City of Castleberry's valued partnership. I was remiss and not introduce my own colleague, Mr. Randy Newland, the City Manager of Castleberry. Thank you. I won't tell anyone. You're the ones who actually make some of this project go. The managers really work really well together. We appreciate the boards, the commission, and the councils because you provide the policy direction and the funding. But it does. It takes us, and it takes a good team and a partnership. So thank you, Randy, for your partnership. I really appreciate that. Some of the first responders who serve at this station are here with us today, including Tower Lieutenant Jeff Vining and his crew, and they're somewhere here, right? There you are. Actually, Lieutenant Vining began his journey as a fire explorer at Lake Howell High School at just 15 years old, and he's been here at Station 25 for 4 years. I've seen as a lieutenant. So, thank you and the crew. I bet you're excited to move in here. Today represents more than just a groundbreaking. It represents progress, partnership, and our ongoing commitment to public safety. So, with that, let's turn some dirt and let's celebrate an exciting milestone. So, if you all could just go to your right over here where the shovels are. And let's start the groundbreaking of Station 25. Huh? Oh, also, I'm sorry. See, when you don't go by the script, you get in trouble. There is food located over here as well under the Wharton Smith tent as well. So let's just move over here to the groundbreaking and on to our new home, Station 25.
Nice to see you. You too. I bet this is just wonderful to see you.
Back at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved, because of the White House and everything, there's a lot of reasons for it, but we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door. And if you want, is your husband up to coming, you think? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you, I'll tell you. That's a lot better. But no, if he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
Go ahead, give him the name. Maybe you'll say.
He hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just
Good guy.
doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, that's
But
good.
we've, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
That's very good.
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I want to thank you all, and I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank you
Thank you very
for
much.
the no tax on tips.
Oh, that's good.
It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank
It's
you.
so nice. The one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill. And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All
okay,
right.
June 14th.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ, though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President?
Reaction
You
to
went to
Mr.
lead
Orban?
DOJ. Any update on who you went to lead DOJ who you did an
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ, getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
You want to come in for a second?
Thank you.
All right, guys.
So many texts.
Continuing to get some great views of Cygnus as it flies 266 statute miles over Nova Scotia. The International Space Station can be seen from the Earth as it flies overhead. If you're interested in seeing when the International Space Station flies overhead, you can download our app Spot the Station or check out our website at nasa.gov/spot the station in order to find out when the space station will be orbiting overhead. and continuing to get some really stunning views of the Cygnus XL spacecraft as it holds at the planned 30-meter mark. Teams on the ground are continuing to assess the systems on board Cygnus and ensure everything looks good before they get the go for Cygnus to continue its approach, at which point it will approach to the 10 to 12 meter point. And NASA astronaut Chris Williams will utilize the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple or grab the Cygnus spacecraft.
Visuals configured. Just wanted to confirm the call in step 3.2 that crew is ready for Cygnus approaching to the capture point.
And Houston Station 2, we are just finishing up our capture briefing, and we'll be there in a minute or so.
Houston copies.
Houston Station crew is ready for Cygnus approach to capture point in step 3.2.
Copy, standby 1. And for Chris and Jack, what we're seeing on telemetry down here for your monitor 1 does not match what we see in the procedure in step 3.1. Can you confirm S1 lower outboard plus 90, plus 65? And if you have a good view from P1 lower outboard, I guess that the settings that you have right now should suffice.
Yeah, station copies. We'll reconfigure those.
And those words from Capcom Eversavalia up to the crew on board the International Space Station as they continue to monitor the approach of Cygnus. It remains in the 30-meter hold. The team on the ground just double-checking numbers for the crew inside the cupola as they monitor the approach of the Cygnus spacecraft. After taking a look, it appeared the numbers didn't quite line up, so the crew on board the International Space Station is going to reconfigure those numbers, and the team here on the ground will confirm that everything looks good before we continue the approach to the 10 to 12 meter point. And this is a live view from the cupola where NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jack Hathaway are monitoring the approach of Cygnus. You can see some of the exterior of the International Space Station there on the lower portion of their screen, including the solar arrays in the middle of the screen that they're looking at, and just behind, in front rather, of the solar array is the Canadarm2, which will be utilized to capture Cygnus today.
Copy all. Yep, and we are ready for sketch point.
Copy and concur. Standby 1. Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Chris and Jack. Cygnus is ready to proceed to the capture point. Expect approach to resume shortly.
Station copies.
And good news from the team here on the ground. Everything looking good for Cygnus to continue its approach following that planned and expected 30-meter hold. We are expecting the approach to resume here shortly.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. Cygnus has resumed approach to the capture point. Monitor approach within 30 meters per step 7 in 1.102.
Space Station and closing in to the 10 to 12 meter point, at which time NASA astronaut Chris Williams will operate the Canada arm in order to capture Cygnus.
Houston Station, visiting vehicle mode is in approach. Prior range is 27 and decreasing. For Block Bravo, the light is within the corridor. The vehicle size matches the outline. The light is not offset from the circle, and the circle is pretty much on the center line. That's in Monitor 1, and Monitor 3 matches.
Houston copies, and that is what we expect. Thank you.
We're looking for Cygnus to be in the range of between 10 to 12 meters from the International Space Station, at which point NASA astronaut Chris Williams will operate the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple or grab the Cygnus spacecraft.
Station 2 for Block Bravo, no change.
Houston copies, no change for Block Bravo.
Cygnus continuing to close in, now 17 meters away from the International Space Station following its launch from Florida on Saturday at 6:41 a.m. Central. NASA's Northrop Grumman Commercial Resupply Services 24 spacecraft is named in honor of NASA astronaut Stephen R. Nagel, who was selected by NASA in 1979 and is a veteran of 4 space flights and logged more than 723 hours in space. As you can see on your screen here, Cygnus really closing in, now at the 15-meter mark. We're expecting Cygnus to arrive to the capture point in less than 90 seconds. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is primed for operating the Canadarm2 for capture today.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for all crew. New capture time is expected to be at 17:19, and for your awareness, TRIDAR constraints are still in place. And for the USOS crew, for the USOS crew, obviously we will not be participating in the EDPC as scheduled. If we have any topics for you, we'll call after capture.
Station copies, USOS, no DPC.
We did hear a couple of callouts there from the Capcom Eversvalia up to the crew on board the International Space Station. First was that the capture time for Cygnus today has been adjusted slightly to 12:19 p.m. Central Time, 1:19 p.m. Eastern. You also heard some communications in reference to DPC. That stands for Daily Planning Conference. This is a time for the crew to just hear the latest from the team on the ground, look ahead towards tomorrow, any important communications that need to be relayed ahead of the next day, and it looks like they won't be needing to do one of those today. And we are at the hold point for the capture. Cygnus now 12 meters away from the International Space Station.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Chris and Jack. Confirm capture point hold for step 8 in 1.102.
Houston Station, our prior range is 12 and holding. Visiting vehicle mode has changed to CP hold. Our Cygnus command panel LED configuration is correct. The grapple fixture is stable. The dots within the outer corridor of the nested corridors, and there are no exceeding limits. We have good lighting conditions, and we're ready for Cygnus capture.
And Houston copies, that is a good report. Stand by for capture.
We're standing by for step 4.
And we did get good call-outs. Everything looking good for capture today. Chris Williams, prime for operating the Canadarm2. We may begin to see some motion of the Canadarm here shortly as Cygnus is at the capture point, 12 meters away from the International Space Station. And we are standing by.
Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Christian Jack. Go for Cygnus capture sequence.
Station copies will go in step 4 of 1.110. We'll be monitoring the backaway cue card.
And you just heard it, a go from the team here on the ground for capture of Cygnus. Chris Williams now utilizing the Canadarm2 in order to capture the Cygnus spacecraft after its launch from Florida Saturday, with over 11,000 pounds of cargo, hardware, science research, and food for the crew aboard the International Space Station. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of a uncrewed Cygnus cargo resupply spacecraft. Cygnus is currently 12 meters away from the International Space Station and awaiting grapple by NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who will be operating the Canadarm2 today. We're just a few minutes away from our expected capture time at 12:19 p.m. Central, 1:19 p.m. Eastern. everything continuing to look good here on the ground as we monitor the approach of Cygnus ahead of its capture by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And we are beginning to see some motion by the Canadarm2 being operated by NASA astronaut Chris Williams from inside the space station's cupola. This is something that crew members train for ahead of their flights to the International Space Station. Canadarm now 3.5 meters away from Cygnus. Two and a half meters, Williams continuing to utilize the Canadarm2 to close in on Cygnus with over 11,000 pounds of cargo, hardware, science research, and food for the crew aboard the International Space Station. .5 meters and closing in. .1 meter. And we did hear confirmation that the final latches that connect Cygnus to the Canadarm2 were successfully secured.
Houston Station, Cygnus capture is complete. SS Steve Nagel, welcome aboard the ISS. This mission is bringing 11,000 pounds of supplies and science experiments to our orbiting laboratory, enabling us to continue our work for the benefit of all. We would like to pass our deepest thanks and congratulations to the teams on the ground at NASA, SpaceX, Northrop Grumman that have worked together to make this mission a reality.
This vehicle is named in honor of Steve Nagel, a colonel in the U.S. Air Force and a NASA astronaut. He joined NASA in 1979 and was a veteran of 4 space shuttle flights, logging 723 hours in space. He retired from the astronaut office in 1995, but continued on as a research pilot in our aircraft operations division, where he helped train astronauts in the T-38 as well as in the shuttle training aircraft, including several active members of our astronaut corps. He was a true professional, and those who worked and flew with him remember his kindness, patience, and positivity. We are proud to celebrate and be a part of his legacy. Go for Cygnus post-capture reconfiguration.
And Houston copies Cygnus capture complete. Great job, Chris and Jack, and great job by the entire NG24 team. And copy, we are go for Cygnus post-capture reconfiguration.
And we just heard some nice words from NASA astronauts Chris Williams, who captured the SSR Stephen R. Nagel this morning, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who are both in the cupola welcoming Cygnus aboard the International Space Station, captured at 12:20 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. And now that capture is complete, controls will be handed over to teams on the ground in Houston, who will move Cygnus into position to be berthed to the Unity module of the International Space Station. Today, Cygnus was captured at 12:20 p.m. Central Time by NASA astronaut Chris Williams, with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway backing him up. Following capture by the Canadarm2, controls will be handed over to the team on the ground, who will later use the Canadarm2 to reposition Cygnus and bring it to the station's Unity module, where it will be installed later today. With the successful capture of Cygnus today, that is going to wrap up our coverage. As a recap, the SS Stephen R. Nagel launched at 6:41 a.m. Central on Saturday, April 11th, was captured at 12:20 p.m. Central today by NASA astronaut Chris Williams using the space station's robotic arm. Thank you for joining us for today's capture of NASA's Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft to the International Space Station. Following capture, Cygnus will be berthed or installed to the station's Unity module, and we will provide an update on the space station blog with the latest following that operation. You can follow along with everything happening on the International Space Station, which has been continuously crewed for over 25 years, by checking out our space station blog, where daily updates on the crew and what they are working on are shared. And you can also follow along on social media at ISS on Instagram and at space_station on X. But for now, that will do it for us here today. This is Mission Control Houston.
It's our foundational freedom. With it goes all the others. In the last quarter of a century, it's come under attack. Religious students, teachers, parents, workers, businesses, and nonprofit organizations have been targeted by every branch and every level of government in this country. To say nothing of the anti-religious pressure groups working every day to strip God from the public square and God-fearing people from their constitutional rights. In many of America's most influential boardrooms, newsrooms, state houses, and faculty lounges, anti-Semitism and anti-Christian bigotry are considered chic, sophisticated, progressive virtues. And so, as the President charged us, this Commission's work cannot just shine a light on threats to religious freedom. We have to offer concrete proposals to overcome those threats. That's what our report is going to do. We don't want a sectarian government, but we need a government that understands Americans' duties to our God and Savior come first. America's Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, our Bill of Rights are all premised on human dignity and inalienable rights endowed by our Creator that no man can take away, unless by fear we let them. Logic and common sense are some of our best weapons to resist religious persecution. When we are willing to put the facts on the table and then discuss our differences, first privately, but then out in the open, we are much more likely to reach a populous, ignited, and driven agreement. For example, should religious institutions be required to hire people who do not believe in God? Should places like the Museum of the Bible be required on the basis of fairness to hire atheists? Or should the Holocaust Museum be required to hire a Holocaust denier? There was a time in this country when these would be considered ridiculous questions. But we, as a society, have now reached a point where everything is questioned, and common sense is a thing of the past. The work of this commission has shown how important it is to discuss and address these kinds of issues before they fester into pools of division. The report of this commission will help people to distinguish between violations of one's conscience, which would be in serious conflict with our constitutional rights, and willful disregard for the safety of others because of disagreements about their lifestyle. Many of these kinds of issues cannot be resolved by executive order, but open, non-threatening discussions with the facts on the table will lead to a better place for all mankind. If Americans learned anything over the last 250 years, it is that religious liberty is worth fighting for. And if we want to keep it, we're going to have to engage in the perilous fight. We cannot be the land of the free if we're not the home of the brave.
Thank you, Dr. Carson. I'll be brief. It's been a long day for everyone. Thank you for your patience and sitting and being here in the audience. You know, going back to the beginning very quickly, I knew some of the people here. I've known Kelly a long time. I've gotten to know Dr. Carson over the last several years, and I can tell you he's a pool shark. I've never won a game from him. Must have been that delicate working on brain surgery here. You know the angles. I just gotten to meet Dr. Phil and when he moved his productions to Texas, and we're glad to have you in Texas, who left Los Angeles because they thought he mentioned God too many times in the show, and he reminded them he can take it elsewhere. To Paula, who I've gotten to know during this process, and thank you, and Ryan, and Allison, who I knew a little bit, and Eric, I've known you for a couple of years.
We are continuing to listen into this Justice Department as they're holding a meeting on religious liberty. We will continue to monitor this live event. It has been going on for quite a number of hours. What we're going to do, though, is we are going to step away for a brief break. After that, though, we're going to be talking about AI. This has been making headlines, and this is from the New York Post saying Anthropic's Claude Mythos model sparks fear of AI doomsday if released to the public. Weapons we can't even envision. The AI giant Anthropic is giving some tech companies access to its model called Mythos to test and identify vulnerabilities. This is a move that is raising concerns. Those tech companies include Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Apple. The cybersecurity initiative is otherwise known as Project Glasswing. It involves the unreleased Claude Mythos AI model, which seeks to identify and fix vulnerabilities in major operating systems and web browsers before malicious actors can exploit them. Anthropic has said that this model is powerful and it could cause widespread disruption if released to the public. So we're going to break all of this down. We're going to bring in the University of Texas professor Dr. Peter Stone. We're going to be speaking with him on all of this coming up after. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Right before the break, we were talking about AI giant Anthropic and some concerns.
Not a lot early on. I just know when I used to go around, he seemed more like kind of like an older brother. He was always playful. Just playing with me and my sisters. Just always around this happy person. Never really saw like any kind of aggressiveness from him or anything like that. I didn't really see any other side to him. Just staying to himself and helping his mom around the house, doing stuff for her whenever we was over and eating stuff with them, just taking care of his mom, and that was pretty much it.
Now he's about 20 years older than you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how many years did you live in Oakland, California, near the Hunter family?
Like I said, I started out there child before. Then my grandmother came and got me and my little sister when I was around 4 because my mom lost custody of us because issues her and my dad had at the time, and so we got pretty much adopted by my grandmother, moved to Louisiana, but we would always go back to see my mom and dad whenever we could, seeing that they didn't get to see us very often, so we could see them, and when we did, we would always, go to my Aunt Shirley's house, spend time with them, and, that was a big thing out there. She would always cook us food and have dinner over her house and stuff like that from time to time.
So let me just I know there's a little bit of a time delay, but let me just interrupt you. So Aunt Shirley, that was DeMorris's mom?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you, so how often would you go from where you were in Louisiana out to Oakland?
We would go pretty much every year. Whenever like the summertime came and stuff like that, my grandmother had free time. She used to work at a school, so whenever she had free time and she could drive us down there, she would drive us and let us spend time with our mom for a while, like a week or two or whatever the case may be, and then she'll bring us back.
So she would drive you from Louisiana to California?
Yes.
Okay. So when you would go to Oakland during the summers, did you get to spend any time with Mr. Hunter?
Not often. Like I said, the only time we really spent time with them is when we went to their home, and like I said, we would go over there a lot of the time just to eat and stuff like that because my mom and my dad, they didn't really have a lot, so she would spend a lot of time over there because that was kind of like her way of feeding us, kind of, because we didn't really have a lot. We were poor, and she loved us, and she always took care of us whenever we were hungry or anything like that. She'd tell us, come over out, if we didn't have anything, come over there and get something to eat. And that was just her thing that she always did. She made sure that we had, food and stuff like that, so.
And did there ever come a time in which you were living in the same home with Mr. Hunter?
Yes, so when he moved, whenever he got to Houston, I may have been mid-teens, 15, 16, somewhere around there. He stayed with us, me and my mom. So we spent a lot of time together then. I was pretty much with him every day.
Well, let me ask you, so
for the time
when you say your mom, I just want to be clear, was this your natural mother in Houston, Texas? Mm-hmm. Okay. So whatever problems had happened had been resolved by then? With your mom?
Yeah, so she pretty much moved to Louisiana during the time my grandmother was raising me and kind of took the reins back whenever she got herself back on track. So she had been come around before then. It was just, we moved around a lot. So, yeah.
I got you. So, I think you were saying earlier that when you were 14 or 15 years old, something like that, when Mr. Hunter came to live with you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just have to, everybody has the habit of doing that, but for the purposes of the record and the court reporter, you need to answer verbally yes or no, so it doesn't get confusing on the record, okay?
Yes.
All right, so if you were 15, then Mr. Hunter would have been 35, something along those lines? 20 years older than you?
Probably, I don't really know his age per se, but yeah, he looked like he was around 30-something, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be exact. And so tell the jury a little bit about what that time, that extra time that you had with him was like.
So yeah, I mean, that was a very different time for me because I was struggling with a lot during that time as far as this because the whole reason for me moving to Houston was because my older brother got killed whenever we stayed in Louisiana. And you know, when I spoke to you, I didn't really have a farm and stuff like that. So when he came baby in the house kind of, you know, and that was pretty much the role that he played whenever he came to Houston. That's how I kind of like an older uncle, I would say. I never really looked at him as my cousin, and I said he just was always that guy, you know, like, you go to if I needed anything, you know, very family oriented. He spent a lot of time with me, you know, on my schoolwork and stuff like that, make sure I, you know, was doing the right things in school. Just like when my mom couldn't tell me anything or something, he was kind of like that, hey, you need to kind of like that enforcer, like to, hey man, you need to get in line and do what you need to do, because, you know, like he had been through that stuff, so he was more so the person kind of trying to, like, you know, still be away from the things that I was doing at the time. So spent a lot of time with him because I had a lot of issues at that time with Will, with behavior issues and stuff like that. So he was an advocate for, you know, the consequences that came from that stuff, and he tried to steer me away from those things. But in addition to that, he just was always a fun guy. Like, anytime I wanted to do something, he would, hey, you want to go do this, and you want to go, you know, like, play basketball, you want to go, you know, like, to Asheville or something like that. He did a lot of stuff with me, and the times when he was here, I know that he had spent a lot of time, like, in the system and stuff like that, but you can tell that in the time that he was here, he was trying to create a better life for himself. I don't know.
What was he doing? Was he working?
He was working. My papa had an auto shop at the time, and he knew Dee, and he knew his situation, and he knew how hard it was and stuff for him, and again, you know, he knows, he knew just the system in general, how hard it is for anybody. When you know, go through things and you have a record or whatever, how hard it is. So he kind of gave me a chance, and he was a hard worker, and he worked, you know, trying to prove that, you know, that was something he wanted to do, was change his life around. So, again, you know, and just around the house and stuff like that, he was always helpful to my mom, the same way he was with his mom. When I used to go out there and see him, always asking what she needed and making sure he could do anything he could do. He would try to do it. Like, he didn't have much money, but he was going to work and make as much money as he can. And he would bring it to my mom, like, hey, you need this for groceries, or can I do this, or can I do that? He just was that person. And he didn't have it. If he didn't have it, he was going to try to do what he could to get it to you if he had it.
Did you ever see him, you know, treat your mom with any disrespect or raise his voice or get angry or anything like that? No?
Not at all.
Did you, were you aware of him having any kind of vices, like drinking or drugs or anything along those lines?
No. I was going through a lot at that time, and he saw the path that I was on, and he tried to steer me away from those type of things. So that was not something that he did. I mean, he drank every now and then, but he didn't have a drink problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long did that go on? While he was staying with you in Houston?
I'm not quite sure. I know it went on for a while. He stayed with us for quite some time. And then when he started working for my papa, he moved with my granny at the time, because I guess it was easier for him to get to work because he didn't have a vehicle. So my papa was kind of taking to work and stuff like that. So it was kind of easier for him instead of him having to catch the bus with my mom's house to go down there to get a ride with him to go to work, or have him come to us to go to work. So it just made it easier.
So we're
but I want to say, probably about a few months, maybe like 3 or 4 months, maybe, something like that.
And was that the last time that he ever lived with you and your family?
You know, it was the last time he stayed with my mom, so I was kind of back and forth between my mom and my granny's house. Because my granny raised me, she's the one who brought me from Houston. So I stayed with her a lot of the time because, you know, she still had custody of me. I just would stay with my mom, like, during the days I had to go to school because her apartment was closer to my school.
Okay.
So I talked to you all the time. I was always at my granny's house as well.
And as I said earlier, was that the last time, or did he ever live with you and your family again any years later? Or was that it?
No, that was the last time he was at I stayed with him at my mom's house until he moved to my granny's house, and then I would just see him at my granny's house. But I never stayed with my granny, I just was there a lot, so I guess you could say that was the last time he stayed with me here.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about, at some point, did you lose contact with him, or did he stop living in Texas?
No.
You stayed in contact with him over the years?
No. I saw him all the time because he stayed in my granny. When he got taken away, he was at my granny's house, so that's where he got taken away from.
Okay.
Yeah, my granny just stayed far away from my mom's house. She stayed maybe 5 to 10 miles, I want to say.
So when you
just a bunch of rides.
When you say taken away, you mean that's when he got arrested in Houston?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you been able to keep in contact with him since then? I mean, he's been incarcerated a long time.
No, I have not.
And do you intend on doing that? I mean, I know it's difficult to maintain contact. Have you made any efforts to try to do that?
I have. So my aunt, who is one of the closest people to me, along with my mother, they were the only people that really knew about it. Well, my aunt really, they kept up with it and knew what was going on. So a lot of times I would ask her for information, and she would never provide me for like an address or a phone number or anything like that. I don't know if she didn't know it or she just didn't want talking to me or whatever the case may be. But for whatever reason, I never got to find. I never knew where he was. I never got to talk to him after that. It was just like he kind of just got snatched away from us. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of hard living with her every day. You know, especially when I spent so much time with him up to that point. And all I had was memories. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't really express those things. You know, because I didn't really have nobody to express it to. But yeah, I want to talk to him and check on him and for years. And I just of course him and then my cousin and we really gravitated toward him when he stayed with us. It was hurtful that I couldn't do those things. But again, I was younger at that time, so I didn't know a lot. And like I said, all I had was my aunt and stuff like that would keep up with those things, but she didn't really give me any information.
Now, I know you wanted to be here today, but you have a newborn baby at home, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And I know it's very difficult for you to travel anywhere when you have a newborn baby at home. Was there anything else that you wanted to let this jury know about your relationship with Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, I'm not trying to, sway you guys or anything like that. But I do want you to know that whatever image that he has or what people see, I want the jury to know that that's not the image that we know him for, and that he is a great, he's a great cousin, he's a great father, he's a great son, nephew, and all those things as well. So and he wanted to be, and he strived, and I saw it, you know, like to be a great, member of society. I don't know what, transpired or what happened. I'm not going to speak on that, but all I can speak to is the person that he is and the big person that I know him is, and that's a great person with a great heart. I never know him to hurt anybody or do anything like that. He's always been a person that I can rely on and take,
Hold on just a second, sir. Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. If this prosecutors want to ask you some questions, they will do so now, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Nunley.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Costa, when were you born? What year were you born? 1986.
All of those various options. This is novel territory, but like I said, the people up here, we're not going to let it go because we owe it to the people of our community and our state to seek the truth, to gather those facts, and if people are in our way, then we need to figure out ways to get someone to order that they are in our way and they need to step aside or cooperate. And so we'll do what justice requires.
We've got time for two more. Oh, we got time for more than that.
Yeah.
We have plenty of time.
I think Bob's having a good time.
No. I just want to say that the issue you raised, Tim, the BCA has had trouble getting information since the very beginning. I mean, you all were here for the last 6 months, getting access to the scene, access to the cars involved. I mean, Drew Evans is one of the most professional law enforcement people I have worked with in my career. He's an outstanding, objective superintendent. He has tried. I've talked to him weekly, maybe daily during the height of this, and the frustration that they have in not getting access to the information is very similar to what John has articulated here. This isn't, I don't know if rocket science is the right word with Artemis 2, but this is very simple, common sense law enforcement. Share your information with other agencies so they can make a determination if there's a violation of the law.
And with the change now at the top leadership at DHS, have you seen any changes in responses or what you're getting from senior leadership?
I think it's a little early for that. I will say that I sense they're more willing to take a second look at some of these questions. And of course, you saw the recent release of the video regarding the third incident in Minneapolis. Of course, there's the good pretty issues, but then the third one where the alleged shovel was used on an individual, which turned out to be a bold-faced lie. So I think there's a recognition that, okay, it's time to revisit. What do we have? Did we cross a line? But, I mean, John and I are hoping to meet with the U.S. Attorney and have this conversation.
Eric, I want to give you a chance. Some context real quick while you're up there?
I was afraid you were going to ask for that.
Yeah, well, you mentioned your 47-year career.
Yeah.
You know politics, you know law enforcement. Give us context if you had to do anything like this before.
No.
What does that tell you?
I take this job very seriously. The job of law enforcement, it's a public trust. And we're always trying to keep the trust and the faith of the citizenry that we serve.
welcome into Florida Live. I'm Bailey Bockover. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We do begin with breaking news. Anna Kepner's stepbrother, Timothy Hudson, has been charged with first-degree murder in her death aboard a Carnival cruise ship back in November. A federal grand jury indicted him on charges of murder and aggravated sexual abuse in the killing of his stepsister. Right now, we're going to bring in Lauren Cadillac, an attorney with Cadillac Law in Texas, who's not affiliated with this case, but has been following it closely. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us today on Florida Live.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So since this happened on a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean, why is the U.S. federal government handling this instead of a specific state or the country where the ship is registered?
So the fact of the matter is, when you are on the ocean, there is no state that would have a jurisdiction. This state's ownership of the ocean only goes so far, not very far at all. Once you get a certain amount of yards into the ocean away from the beach, the only jurisdictions that would apply would be the flag of the ship, the country of origin of potentially the country of origin of the folks at issue or of where the ship took off, or an international court. But I couldn't imagine a international court taking up something like this, an incident that happens between private citizens on a cruise ship. Typically, the international courts are in like much greater scale maritime and more interested in war crimes and international issues such as that.
Right.
So that is why our FBI has taken it up. That's why it has been federally charged against her. It didn't happen in the state. The state did not have jurisdiction.
Now, the suspect is only 16. What has to happen legally for a judge to decide that a teenager should face the same court and the same penalties as an adult?
So in this case, the judge has already decided that. And typically what a judge is going to look at, some state laws do give guidance. So while it's a federal crime, a judge could look at the state's guidance. They can look at federal guidance, but you're going to look at the type of crime. You look at the circumstances surrounding the crime. Has this person committed a crime before? You know, how terrible is the crime? For instance, if a 16-year-old was convinced to carry, let's say, some marijuana from Texas to Florida. That is federal, right? So that is a federal crime. But the kid just got their license, and depending, maybe there was an influence of an older person or pressure from an uncle or something, the judge might decide, okay, you know what, this really is a childlike person, so we'll go ahead and prosecute them with the other kids that have committed crimes. I have never, in my experience, heard of a minor committing a murder and not being charged as an adult. Even as young as 14 are typically charged as an adult when they take the life of another.
Right. Now, so this indictment specifically mentions first-degree murder, aggravated sexual abuse. In a federal court, what does the prosecution have to prove to get a conviction on those specific labels?
So first-degree murder is kind of like it's a high level of murder. Of course, our government in the United States, every piece of our government is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So that means that the jury or the judges, whoever are determining the facts of the case, have to believe that these elements and the evidence, there's no doubt left at all. For a first-degree murder, that typically involves some intention. And for the crime of the sexual assault, that's actually relatively easy to prove, depending on what type of sexual assault it was. There will be physical evidence on the victim's bodies. So they just need to prove that he intended to do it, that he wanted to do it. And I think in this case, that's relatively easy based off what a past boyfriend of Anna had come out and say, along with the fact that the family said that night she said, "Oh, I don't feel that good, I'm going to bed." And so she went back to the room, and then the boy purposely came back to the room as well, obviously with the intention to do something. And then that something occurred and then ended in her unfortunate and early demise.
Right. Now, Lauren, when the crime scene is a cruise ship and the witnesses are family members, what's the biggest challenge an attorney faces when trying to build a defense for a case this tragic?
So the attorney that faces the challenge in a courtroom is not the defense. The defense, they don't have the burden. The prosecution has a burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So they're going to have the most trouble. All the defense has to do is create some doubt. As long as there's doubt and reasonable doubt, they've done their job, right? So I think in terms of being in this contained ship and only having family members as witnesses is actually a bonus to the defense. I think that makes their job a lot easier, but it's going to be really, really difficult for the FBI. I mean, how do you find the 2,000 other witnesses that were on the boat? How do you find this? How do you find that? So the government is going to have a harder time proving their case. But I've said it on Fox 35 before, and I will say it again. When the federal government charges you as a citizen, you better understand and know that they have a case beyond a reasonable doubt. Unlike a local or state government, the federal government will not charge people until it knows it can prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. So we know the government is very confident in this case, and we know they've already won. I mean, back in February, these records were sealed because the young man was still being treated as a minor. And now all of a sudden we have access to everything because he's being treated as an adult. So the government is already winning as they fight the battles that get to the war.
Now, what is your perspective on how attorneys and law enforcement have handled this case so far?
From what I can see on this case, they've actually handled it very well. And I have mentioned this on this show before. Our federal agents, our FBI, our CIA, our federal prosecutors, with the exception of Pam Bondi, are incredible professionals. They're very intelligent. They know their burden. They understand how to meet their burden, and they're not going to press charges unless they can do that. So I have no concerns whatsoever that the government has done what they need to do to prove the case. They have enough evidence to show definitively that it was this young man, that there could have been no other person that did it, and that is why they have pressed these charges, and as an adult.
Well, Lauren, I know you've been following this case closely for some time now. Anything else you'd like to add?
For me, I just did a little Googling before I came on, it's like, what is the liability on the parents? As a parent myself, I have a teenage daughter and I have a very young adult son. They would never, under my guidance, share a room with someone similar age of opposite sex that is not their blood relative. And so from what I can see, it is not illegal to allow your teen stepchildren to share a room. But it's gross and it's weird, and the fact that this even happened, to me, when you're talking about two kids who still live at home, both the assailant and the victim are two children living at home, something is going on in that home that could not be good. That is not a peaceful, loving home, because out of peaceful, loving homes, stories like this do not come. So I would like to see some investigation into the parents. I know as a country, we are beginning to hold parents liable for children that do mass shootings at school, etc. I would like to understand some more about these parents and their liability. Why is there a 16-year-old boy and an 18-year-old girl in a room together? That makes no sense to me as a mother.
Yeah. Well, Lauren Cadillac, attorney with Cadillac Law out of Texas, thank you so much for your perspective and joining us here today.
Thank you.
Well, as we head to break, here's a live look over downtown Orlando from our SunTrust camera. Florida Live, we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, and we're going out to Fox 13 Tampa senior content producer Nancy Gay. Nancy, the big story out of Tampa today, the former mayor wants his job back.
Yes, that's right. Former Tampa Mayor Bob Buckhorn officially said that he is running for Tampa's mayor in 2027. He made that announcement this morning. Buckhorn says that he would like to focus on building the city's next chapter by connecting key districts. Those would be the Water Street area, Channelside, and Tampa Heights in order to ensure that prosperity reaches every neighborhood. Now, the former mayor did identify the city's biggest hurdle as transportation, and he even called it Tampa's Achilles heel. Buckhorn says that the city must invest in options beyond just building roads when it comes to transportation. He says that is key to avoid gridlock that's seen in cities such as down south in Miami, as well as up north in Tampa. Now, of course, Buckhorn, he was the mayor of the city of Tampa from 2011 until 2019, and he actually left office with a high percentage rating of 75% approval rating, and he is now seeking that rare third term. And this Tampa's mayoral race has already begun to take shape. In February, Lynn Hurtak, she made her candidacy official, and then City Councilor Bill Carlson has also indicated that he plans to run for the mayor of Tampa in 2027. Now, the 2027 mayoral election is set for March 2nd.
Now, you're also looking into a 17-year-old killed in a crash, and the driver who hit him is missing.
Yes, that's right. The Florida Highway Patrol is looking for the driver who fled, and this crash involves 17-year-old Armwood High School student Elijah Batiste. Now, he was killed in a multi-vehicle crash on Saturday night on State Road 574. So investigators say that initially a 40-year-old man from Mulberry was driving eastbound, and for unknown reasons, he crossed the center line and hit Batiste's vehicle nearly head on. Now, these two cars came to a stop following that crash, and that's when troopers say a Ford F-150 struck Batiste's car and took off. Now, both Batiste as well as the driver who initially hit him, they were both taken to an area hospital in critical condition, where unfortunately Batiste did pass away. Now, there are grief counselors today on campus at Armwood High School to talk with any of the teenagers or any of the students who may be having a difficult time with this incident. And as you mentioned, the driver of that second vehicle, that Ford F-150, did take off after the crash, and the Florida Highway Patrol is urging anybody who knows anything about this crash and who knows who may be the driver of that truck or where that truck may be located, they are urged to call STAR FHP or Crime Stoppers and give them their tips.
Just awful. And you're also following a missing boater's body being recovered this weekend.
Yeah, this happened on Saturday morning. We're told that Tony Lee was on a boat with his family near the Sunshine Skyway, and he was actually riding on the back of the boat when his family noticed that he was no longer there. So his family went back around to try to look for him. They said that other boaters in the area also tried to look for him. And keep in mind, they were only driving about 10 miles per hour at the time they believe he fell off. Now, detectives did say that Lee, who was 63 years old, he did have several medical impairments, and initially they said he was wearing a life jacket on that boat. However, investigators believed he took that life jacket off before he fell overboard. Now, there was a massive search going on Saturday afternoon that involved the Coast Guard, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, as well as several rescue boats from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. And we're told that a dive team with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office found Lee's body on Sunday, and he was in an area that was about 19 feet deep. Now, investigators do say that they believe that Lee's death was an accident, but this boating incident is still under investigation.
Wow. Well, Nancy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joins me now for our Florida Live forecast. TJ, last week was a little bit gross. We needed the rain.
Dreary. It did not feel like Florida at all.
Right, yeah, no. But we're in for a beautiful few days ahead, right?
We are, yeah, kind of continuing on with what we had this weekend, Billy, which was so nice. You said you went to the beach, right?
Yeah, it was a little windy.
It was a little windy. I think the wind going to continue to calm down through the rest of the week. Still going to have that breeze, though, a little closer to the coast. It's coming in from the Atlantic, so that's what's going to help keep temperatures just a little more in check for our coastal locales. Not too far from the beach right now, our girls' lakeside camp in Melbourne looks beautiful. You can see the wind, some of the palm fronds there blowing in the breeze. A great spot to be to enjoy maybe a little bite here this evening out at Girls. It is going to be picturesque, just like what we saw yesterday and just like what we saw on Saturday, all thanks to this ridge of high pressure. You can see some moisture off to our north and west. We do have a little upper level spin in the atmosphere today, so that's why we have a little more clouds. Yesterday, it was bright. We saw blue sky essentially all across the board, aside from just a few clouds. We have a little more cloud cover today. We are monitoring a system off to our north and west, and this is not going to make its way into central Florida, but it is going to help bring the potential for severe weather across some of the nation's heartland and the upper Midwest. So if you're traveling, that is something to think about. Right now, we're sitting in the 80s, 80 in Leesburg, 79 degrees for those of you in Ocala, and for our eastern neighborhoods across the beaches like New Smyrna, it is a little cooler, 76 degrees for you there, and that's 77 in Palm Coast at the moment. We are expecting highs today to top out in the low to mid 80s for us, at least for most of the Fox 35 viewing area, but tonight we're going to fall back into the 50s and 60s once again, especially north and west of the metro. So maybe a good idea to open up those windows right around 61 in Orlando and a 70 in Cocoa Beach, right around a 60 in DeLand. And tomorrow, we're expecting even warmer conditions, closer to 90 degrees for Marion County, Alachua County. I think we'll be closer to 84 in Orlando, but nonetheless starting to climb above normal little by little, all thanks to this area of high pressure in control. And you can see all the pinks and the oranges and reds. Those are temperatures running around 20 degrees plus above normal for this time of the year. But on the western side of the nation, that's where temperatures will be cooler, kind of a flip of the weather pattern, if you will, with this ridge of control here across the east and cooler conditions and more unsettled weather in the west. You can see where the rain's going to be. We still badly need it. We're still in this drought, but it's all going to be situated across the upper Midwest and the heart of the country, where amounts could top out beyond 3-4 inches before this week is all said and done. And that's where we'll be watching that severe weather threat as well. You can see a level 3 out of 5, or a likelihood of severe weather across the Twin Cities, portions of Wisconsin, and portions of northern Iowa. So again, if you're traveling, that is something to watch. But at least our local forecast here across the Sunshine State, things looking pretty good. We're back in the upper 80s on Wednesday, Thursday near 90 degrees, and we're going to stay up around 90 as we head through this upcoming weekend. I would say, Billy, more good beach days coming down the pike. I mean, great to be doing anything outside, really.
Yeah, well, all that rain that we saw last week, did that help us at all with our drought conditions?
So it definitely chipped away at it a little bit, but we need like days and days of what we saw last week. I still think that if we don't get a sort of meaningful, maybe tropical system, or a system that is tropical in nature to eat away at this drought, we'll probably continue to see it worsen, sadly, as we progress even into the start of the rainy season.
Alrighty, well, thank you, TJ. Well, here's a live look over downtown Orlando. Florida Live, we'll be right back. right now, Siemens Energy is holding a ceremony to open a new AI lab in Orlando. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer just got off the podium. Let's listen in live.
Yeah, I've got my mic. I got my mic. I bring my own mic. I like to talk, so I thought, let me have my own mic. So yeah, so I know I just saw Adnan and Tim walked out, but I really want to take this moment and thank you for all the Siemens Energy colleagues which initiated this thing almost 4 or 5 years ago. This engagement, what you see now, is a long journey. You know, moving an industry which is move at the pace of a turtle, although they work on the speed of electrons, you know, make them move and make them shift their thinking on something which is completely based on first principle on AI. It has been a journey. So I'd like to thank Tim and Adnan to really work with us. I mean, I still remember the first meeting with Jensen. And Jensen, the first thing they came and asked was, you know, Jensen, you talk about all those things. This is, mind you, it was back in 2021. NVIDIA was still a very less known name. Actually, if I go to any conference, if I ask them to raise hand, who knows NVIDIA, maybe 1 or 2 people in the whole conference. And the only people who knew about it were gamers or they were investors in the stocks. So they were the only 2 reasons they knew about NVIDIA. So Jensen told them, if you want to do this thing, do it right, you need to build an AI lab. You need to have an AI COE. You need to drink your own champagne. And I'm so personally delighted from NVIDIA side. I have Jason Gu, who's been working with them very closely, and the team to really build this thing. Now, just...
And once again, that was Siemens Energy unveiling their new AI lab coming to downtown Orlando. Well, we're looking at an expulsion free-for-all on Capitol Hill. California Congressman Eric Swalwell quit the governor's race after multiple former staffers accused him of sexual assault and abuse of power. And the House Ethics Committee just opened an investigation into these claims. Similar calls face Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez, who admitted to an affair with a staffer who later committed suicide. Now, Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna wants to expel both men from Congress as a package deal. In this tweet from last night, Congresswoman Luna replied to Swalwell dropping out of the California governor's race, saying he broke House rules and called him a predator. She gave him 24 hours to announce he's resigning from Congress, calling him and Congressman Tony Gonzalez a disgrace. This would require a 2/3 vote from the House of Representatives. This expulsion free-for-all goes one step further, with some of Capitol Hill wanting to kick out Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfulis McCormick, found guilty of steering millions in FEMA funds to her campaign by the House Ethics Committee, and Florida Congressman Corey Mills under investigation over allegations of sexual misconduct and dating violence, as well as campaign finance and gift violations. Right now, we're going to bring in UCF Associate Professor and Political Analyst Dr. Larry Walker to break this all down for us. Dr. Walker, thank you for being here and joining us today.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. First things first, how often do we see representatives up for expulsion?
Not very often. You know, I worked on Capitol Hill for almost 6 years, and I don't think anyone was expelled during that time. But you know, the last couple of years, you know, efforts to expel individuals has really picked up pace, and unfortunately, quite a few members of Congress from Florida have had major allegations come through the Ethics Committee. Some, in most cases, resign. You mentioned Congressman McCormick. She's still hanging around, but by a thread, she's likely to face expulsion by the full Ethics Committee very soon.
Now, is it normal for Republicans and Democrats to go tit for tat on expulsions?
So historically, this is not a trend. Has not been a thing. This is more like the last 10 years or so. But we're seeing that as a trend now. I think that there's no, in this case, I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle. And I think that what you're seeing with these calls for expulsion, and I'm not arguing whether, the acts by either member of Congress are fair or moral. What the point is that the question is, what does this mean for the future of Congress? There's sometimes there are allegations that may or may not be true, and that's why you have an ethics committee. And 3 of the 4 individuals we've talked about, essentially Congressman Swalwell, obviously add him to the mix. But the other 3, their ethics violations are already ongoing, and as you mentioned, Congressman McCormick is likely to face an expulsion by the full ethics committee very soon.
Now, what kind of precedent does it set if the House starts expelling members before they've been convicted of a crime?
That's a very good question, and it's a question that Speaker Johnson is going to have to consider. You have to be very careful. I mean, we have to acknowledge that there's supposed to be an idea of fairness, and that's why you have the ethics committee, and that's why we have a judicial system. So I do think it's really important, and like I said, a former congressional staffer spent many years working on the Hill, that you do allow the process to play out. And listen, it's not perfect. We know our judicial system and certainly the system and ethics system in the House is not perfect, but we need to let it play out. Members have investigated these and various other troubling allegations in the past, and will continue to do so in the future. And it is my opinion that you should let those things happen. And I think the Ethics Committee has done a reasonably good job the last couple of years of investigating members of both sides of the aisle.
And now, with such a thin majority, how much is simple math and the balance of power driving these expulsion talks?
This is the challenge, because we already know, like you said, it's a razor-thin margin for Speaker Johnson and Republicans. And so if you start, expelling people, you have special elections and you don't know how things are going, considering what some of the polling we're seeing on certain issues relating to the economy and various other important issues to Americans. So when it comes to control and power, you have to be very careful in terms of how you play this out. And now I'm discussing politics, not the right or wrong of what these allegations are against these various members of Congress.
Now, the Ethics Committee is famously slow and bipartisan. Can it actually handle this many high-profile cases all at once?
I have to tell you, this is highly unusual to see all these multiple members of Congress at one time facing major allegations. And so this is what the committee is designed for decades now. So it places a lot of burden on not members of Congress, but on the ethics committee staff. And I think that's what a lot of people who are watching this and watch TV and talk about Capitol Hill, it's the staff that do the majority of this investigative work. So it's going to fall on their shoulders. So hopefully, the ethics committee is more prepared in terms of both sides of the aisle. And usually when they have these allegations we've discussed, typically the ethics committee does a good job of being bipartisan, not always, but certainly in some of the cases we've highlighted, Fields and others, that I think that they've done a good job, and hopefully they will do so in the future.
Now, Dr. Walker, you were a congressional staffer. What is your reaction to these allegations involving misconduct with staffers from representatives of both parties?
I think to be honest with you, these allegations are not new. As I said, there wasn't a rash of ethic investigations when I was on the Hill. There were some, no expulsions. But I got to tell you, when you're involved, when you talk about power and proximity, that these kind of allegations have been going on for years, and not just at the federal, but the state and local level throughout the United States. So it is not shocking or unusual as it relates to certainly politics in D.C. And anyone who's worked on Capitol Hill or lived in D.C. within the Beltway, as they call it, know that these kinds of allegations, unfortunately, occur far too often.
Sure. Well, Dr. Larry Walker, thank you so much for joining us today on Florida Live.
Thank you for having me.
Well, a live look over Lake Mary from our tower camera. We'll be right back. where the Orlando Magic are getting ready for the NBA play-in tournament. They'll be in Philadelphia Wednesday night, taking on the 76ers. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson spoke with independent reporter Sean Green about the Magic's chances to move on to the NBA playoffs and the huge loss to the Boston Celtics to close out the regular season last night.
The initial reaction was worst case scenario, absolutely ridiculous. You let not even their starters, you let guys that don't play ever. 3 guys that don't really see minutes, like Luke Garza put up 27. A kid named Baylor Skyman put up 30. Skyerman. So no, it was a complete and utter disaster for a game that you just assumed and expected the Magic to win. And look, like Desmond Bane didn't play all that much, but it doesn't matter. You had your best players out there. You were trying to win the game, and now you have to go on the road in the play-in. So it's kind of what the season has been, so it shouldn't be all that surprising for Magic fans.
And talk to me a little bit about this plan, because the Magic do get 2 chances to make it to the first round of the NBA playoffs. Starting off, I think, Wednesday on the road in Philly. What can Magic fans expect on Wednesday?
You can expect a basketball game. I don't know if that'll be good or bad, but listen, like the 76ers have been up and down. I think Joel Embiid, I believe, is going to be out for this game. I think he had a procedure done, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that should help Orlando in that case. But look, I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. I don't want to say this, but I do think a lot of Magic fans just want the season to be over. I think Magic fans want to move on to the next part of whatever, the team needs to do to get to a space, because ultimately Magic fans know this is not their year. They're not going to get out of the first round. Like, they'd be lucky to, but they probably won't. So I think Magic fans are looking towards that. Obviously, I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. I think you should want to go in any type of playoff environment to just keep experiencing that, whether you win or lose. But ultimately, yeah, I think Magic fans just want to be done with this season already.
And is there any 3D chess to be done, whether the Magic would want to play the Celtics or the Pistons in that first round of the NBA playoffs?
So no. You win. You like, obviously in that 7-8 game, you don't want to lose it and say, oh, let's play Charlotte or Miami and run the risk of not going to the playoffs, right? If I were the Magic, though, I'd want to play the Pistons personally, because look, Pistons are a young team just like you. They haven't experienced playoff basketball. I think they experienced it last year. This year, now they're the number 1 seed in the East, had an incredible year. I would rather play the least experienced team. And playing Boston is just not. You played them last year. Look what happened. You really had no chance. You were in a couple games, but really no chance. And with the Pistons, I think there is a little bit of you shouldn't win that series. But I think if you play your best basketball, you have a much better chance against them. So, to the 3D chess question, I do think there is something there. I just don't think the Magic are gonna. I think they're just gonna go to the playoffs and play who they need to play. So the goal should be win on Wednesday and get in.
And Franz is back. The Magic are still kind of limped through the back half, 3/4 of this season. What are the big takeaways from the regular season for the Orlando Magic?
That's a really loaded question. I think the takeaways are changes need to be made, frankly. I think, look, realistically, like we talked about on here, the Magic are just injury prone. Every year, it seems like the last at least 2 years, they have not been able to stay healthy. And you look at a guy like Franz, who missed 51 games or something to that effect. And look, like, he looks better than I would have assumed he looked at coming back from injury, but you can just tell there's still a little bit more time he needs. And look, like, he was on the bench yesterday with a wrapper on his knee and a wrapper on his ankle. Like, he's just not in a great spot. And that's why I said I don't think he should play the rest of the season. And he's a competitor. If he's healthy enough to play, he will play. But I think that's the story of the Orlando Magic regular season, is they were not able to figure it out. They got better on offense, but they lost a lot of their defensive identity. And right now, the Magic are a team without identity. And that's really the story of the regular season, which is the worst possible case for the Magic heading into the offseason. You have no identity. You are just a team. And that's what they have to figure out. And those are the questions that they need to ask themselves when they're talking about, do you fire or retain Jamal Mosley? What type of players do you trade or retain? Those are all questions that are going to need to be answered.
So if you had to pick out a bright spot for this team, is it just Desmond Bane?
That's certainly a bright spot. Desmond Bane has been a bright spot for sure. I think ultimately, it's bad to say. I think the bright spot was that trade. I still believe was a good trade. I don't think you go back and you look at that as. I think if we're here in April and Desmond Bane had a really bad season, then you're looking at it like, oh gosh, you gave up 4 or 5 first-round picks for a player that really struggled. No, Desmond Bane had probably the best season of his career this season. That is a bright spot. I'd say the other bright spot is you still found a way to win 45 games when you had no business winning 45 games. Like, with all the injuries you had, you still won more games than last year. You won 3 more games than last year. So, and somehow I will still tell you this season was far and away worse than last season. Because last season, they had much bigger injury problems. Obviously, Paolo was out for an extended period. Franz was out for an extended period. But I think the bright spot was you were still able to win 45 games this season. That being said, there's a lot more negatives. There's not a lot of positives that you can take away. And I think the players will be the first ones to tell you that.
All right. So Wednesday night in Philly, what do the Magic have to do to beat the 76ers?
I think they need to play what was Orlando Magic basketball. There's no crystal ball. I think the Magic lucked out in a way that, look, they've had success with Philly this year. So that is a positive. It's still going to be a dogfight. I think both the 3 games they played, they've been tight in each one of them. But if you look at all the other teams around the play-in, Miami's the only other team that Orlando swept Miami. But if you look at Charlotte, I think beat them one time. If not, they've lost every single game. Philly or Atlanta and Toronto, luckily they're in the playoffs, and Orlando didn't win a game against them this year. So I think they lucked out with Philly, but still, it's not going to be easy. If they lose to Philly and then they have to play a team like Charlotte, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Magic because they have not played good against Charlotte all year. So to beat Philly, they need to play Orlando Magic basketball, play elite level defense, and the offense will come. But again, it's easier said than done. They haven't really shown it all year, so it's probably going to be more of the same on Wednesday.
announcement for the tracks of Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets. Want to know what they are?
Yeah. Gimme. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Can't read what they say.
That's right. Well, we are just days away from the full reveal of the Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster at Disney's Hollywood Studios. We're going to bring in Drew the Disney Dude and Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, to break this all down for us. How are you two doing today?
Doing good. Thank you for having us on.
Great.
Always happy to join.
Yeah. Well, Drew, we know Song 2 by Blur is the first track confirmed. For the fans who love that 0 to 60 mile per hour launch, do you think the Muppets version of these rock songs will kind of make the ride feel even faster and more chaotic than before?
Yeah, personally, I'm really looking forward to just seeing the Muppets return to Hollywood Studios. You know, there's so many people who love the Muppets and Muppet-Vision 3D, and that closed for the new Monsters, Inc. land. But now we're getting the Muppets back into the park with Rock and Roller Coaster. It's a very similar storyline as well. We have the Electric Mayhem, and we're joining them to go to this concert. And like you mentioned, we're going to have Song 2 by Blur, and that's, from what I've seen today, it's getting great feedback online.
Yeah, well, Theron is the go-to for the Inside Scoop. Is the rumor true that Miss Piggy might have a diva-sized cameo somewhere in the ride, or is this strictly an Electric Mayhem gig?
We're going to have to wait to see that exact detail, but we do know that there is going to be an animatronic in the pre-show, and we know that there is going to be Muppet-level mayhem throughout the entire attraction. Some of the stuff has already been seen inside of the park. The upside-down car at the entrance to the attraction, they're working on it right now, and I'm really loving some of the colors and the designs that they're doing. As you've known, the Muppets are outrageous, so I do appreciate that if you're going to do it 200%, and everything we have seen so far, it looks like Disney is really leaning into just the insanity that is the Muppets.
That is so exciting. Now, Drew, the giant guitar outside is iconic. Now that it's kind of being Muppified, what's the coolest detail that you've spotted on the new entrance?
Yeah, this is going to be all of this psychic, vibrant look, you know, as you guys are seeing with the concept art. My favorite thing is that at the bottom where you see the piano keys, there's a golden key for Dr. Teeth, who is part of the Electric Mayhem, playing a prominent role in this attraction. Just one of those little details that Imagineering was like, well, we already have this guitar for decades. How can we make it a Muppets makeover? And they're adding that little key. So like Theron mentioned, I fully agree. I'm just very excited to see these characters back. And the fact that the promotion has started now with these songs, and then we're getting the full set list and the opening date this Thursday, April 16th. So it's going to be a full Muppets week. A lot to look forward to in the months ahead.
Now, Theron, everyone is wondering about the pre-show. Since the Aerosmith studio scene is gone, are we expecting to see Dr. Teeth and Animal in full animatronic form, or will they be causing digital mayhem on the screens?
Those exact characters are expected to be digital, but we are going to have an animatronic, and I'm hoping we might have some animatronics when we're getting ready to launch off. We don't have that exact confirmation yet, and I think throughout this week we're going to be getting a little bit more info as we're leading up to the exact track list. But it looks like basically day after day, Disney's going to give us a couple more details. One of the things I've really loved about this change is that it's happened incredibly fast. This ride will not even be closed for an entire year. Disney was working on getting the pre-show set up, and they were doing that. They even closed the Aerosmith pre-show early so that they could have everything done as quickly as possible. Disney had some complaints in 2020 during the COVID times when the parks were closed that there was a lot of delays, and I think they really took that to heart. What we're seeing here and with the upcoming Monsters, Inc. roller coaster is that they are working very, very fast.
Well, Drew, with the reveal coming this Thursday, April 16th, what's the one thing you're hoping to see in the footage? A look at the new train cars or a snippet of the onboard audio?
Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the fact that we're getting the full song list, and I'm really hoping it's similar to what we see with Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind over at Epcot, because, again, if we're talking about positive feedback, Cosmic Rewind is one of Disney's most highly rated attractions. If they can take that same DNA and bring it over with the Muppets, these Electric Mayhem covers, and also, like Theron mentioned, the fact that this work is being done so quickly. If you walk into the park right now, that car at the entrance, it's done. They're just about to repaint this guitar outside, and we're going to see this all come to life very soon. So we don't have to wait very long, and that's what I'm really excited about.
Well, Theron, this is a massive shift for Hollywood Studios. Do you think the Muppets taking over this coaster is just the beginning of them maybe having a much bigger presence across the park?
We will have to wait and see for that, but it is very clear from Disney fans that they love the Muppets. The fact that we just had the Muppet Show come back for its teaser, and we had Sabrina Carpenter in that, and that received incredible reviews, and it was one of the #1 streamed things on Disney Plus. I think there is still a massive love for the Muppets. They are basically ingrained in our pop culture, and so I think because of that, there's definitely a chance that we could see them more in the parks, especially because Disney's giving this much heart with it. If they're spending an entire week of marketing just on this attraction, I'm excited to see what happens when it does officially open.
I have still yet to see the new Muppets movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah, the new Muppets movie is really great, and then the show as well. It's like a 30-minute episode. It's kind of like taking the original one that we used to have that our parents loved and remodernizing it. I think that was extremely well done. A lot of fans that I know that saw the original show said it basically felt like it never stopped.
Gosh, I'll have to take a look. But Drew, what are the chances we see the Rainbow Connection make a return to Orlando's theme parks?
Hey, that would be awesome, but as of now, I would just say stay tuned until Thursday, because Disney's going to reveal that full set list, and then we'll actually get to know when we go on the attraction. But I guess just to echo what Theron said, I do agree there, because I feel like a lot of the company right now with the leadership we've seen with Josh D'Amaro, the new CEO, and Dana Walden as Chief Creative Officer, they're very in tune, no pun intended, with what the fans want. And I'm really hoping that with the guest feedback we see from Rock and Roller Coaster, if people like it, which I'm expecting to happen, then we're going to see more investment down the road. I really think this is just the tip of the iceberg with what's to come, and just exciting to have this happen now. It's a very fun week.
Right. Well, Theron, the Monsters, Inc. coaster just hit a new milestone on its construction. What do you know about that?
So it has finally gone vertical. Disney has been doing a lot of construction with this. They tore out almost a third of the entire cast member parking lot so that they could expand Monstropolis and build this ride that really fans have been asking for since the second the original movie debuted. Disney has not anywhere in the world built a suspended coaster, and what a perfect way to do it for the first time. You're going to be soaring with other guests through the entire Monstropolis, the Monsters, Inc. factory. You're going to be going by some of the doors. I am a massive Monsters, Inc. fan. I have loved that film, and I'm really excited to see it now become an attraction. I think that when this is done, this is going to be a star attraction, not just at Hollywood Studios, but for all of Walt Disney World.
Now, Drew, what do you think sets this coaster apart from maybe other rides at Walt Disney World?
Yeah, two things. Like Theron mentioned, the suspended coaster. This is a brand new thing for Disney parks around the world, not just Walt Disney World, and the fact that the building is 103,000 square feet. It's an absolutely monstrous, pun intended, show building. So I've just been thinking a lot about the kinetic energy from the load station with kind of recreating that iconic scene from the movie with the doors going up and down. We're going to do that, but on the ride vehicles. And then, like Theron mentioned, we're going to be seeing other guests fly around the factory as well. Maybe have a near miss moment with some doors and those track switches. So Josh D'Amaro and Pete Docter, the Disney's creatives and leaders, have really been saying that people want this. We're finally doing it. So yes, we did say bye to Muppet Vision, but the Muppets again are coming back with Rock and Roller Coaster, and then this coaster itself is expanding the park, which expands the capacity. And for me, I'm very excited in the years ahead to finally step into the world of Monsters, Inc.
Monsters, Inc. is my favorite. I'm very excited for that. Well, Drew, what other construction updates can we expect from Walt Disney World this summer?
Yeah, there are so many things happening right now long term. So over at Animal Kingdom, you have the Tropical Americas. That land opens in 2027. Then you have Monstropolis, which is probably after 2027, maybe 2028. Over at Magic Kingdom, then you have the Cars area, Piston Peak, and the Disney Villains Land coming in the years ahead. But what I'm really looking forward to this summer, alongside Rock and Roller Coaster, is Cool Kids Summer. That kicks off on May 26th. And in my opinion, it's a very underrated event. It's the perfect way for these kids to see their fan favorite characters without waiting in an hour-long line, without the lightning lanes. You just show up to the parks, you join these dance parties. They're air conditioned. It's fun. I had an absolute blast last year just watching kids interact with these characters. They're bringing it back this year better than ever. It's a lot bigger, and there's almost so many other things happening at the parks as well. We have Soarin' Across America, the Walt Disney Studios Courtyard, the Magic of Disney Animation, Bluey and Bingo at Animal Kingdom. There's so much stuff happening right now that I've even been overwhelmed forgetting what's happening. So I would just suggest following Theron and I on social media, and then Disney Parks blog has a ton of details there as well.
Yeah, well, you've mentioned all of those updates, but we also have many other updates to the park, including Peter Pan and Wendy flying in the Starlight Parade.
Theron, you want to take this one?
Yeah, it has been a great update. The Disney Starlight Dream the Night Way parade debuted last summer, and it was loved. It was, even if you didn't love necessarily the nighttime parade, the fact that it kept the park open for an additional couple of hours was a huge bonus. This parade goes by twice nightly as long as weather is permitting, and then a surprise update happened. Peter Pan and Wendy took to the sky. Literally, they elevated the entertainment inside of the park, and fans loved it. I know that Drew was there on the first night that it actually happened, and he said it was a blast. I am going there tonight to see it for my first time, but every person I have spoken to has said that this is what they were wanting. It's what they were hoping when it first debuted, and so they're really glad that now it has officially started in the park. It's just extra whimsy and extra magic happening inside of Magic Kingdom.
Wow, can they get any cooler? Seriously. Well, Darren, what's the biggest thing that you're looking forward to for Orlando's theme parks this summer?
For this summer, personally, the thing I am the most excited for is definitely Soaring Across America. I think there is a ton of things that are happening in the parks this summer, but Soaring has long time been a fan favorite attraction at Walt Disney World and Disney California Adventure. That ride mechanic has even transitioned over to the parks across the seas, but we're in America 250, we're in the celebration of the United States, and because of that, we're getting a third version of this attraction. It started in California, then it went all around the world, and now the US-based parks are going to get this Soaring Across America attraction. I think to see some of those specific icons inside of the United States, from the cities to the national parks, I'm just so excited for it. I mean, I think this is a really, really loved attraction, and I'm excited to see what new scents they do. If they're going to do an American-based scent, are we going to get hot dogs instead of maybe the oranges or something else that we've gotten before? We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, this is a redone version of the attraction, and I think it's a great time to do it.
For sure. Well, Drew, which one do you think is going to bring the biggest crowds to Disney World this summer?
I honestly think it's going to be a solid 1-2 punch between the magic of Disney animation later this summer at Hollywood Studios and Rock and Roller Coaster, and I guess it's actually 1, 2, 3, and The Mandalorian and Grogu on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. 3 big updates at Hollywood Studios within a matter of months, from May probably through September. So Hollywood Studios just wrapped up its major transformation back in 2020 when Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway opened, and now this park is already going through its second transformation less than a decade later. A lot of people were expecting 2026 to kind of be an off year for Walt Disney World with a lot of things happening, but that's turned out to be such the opposite. We have so many things happening this summer and even later this year, and then again in the years ahead with these big expansions, the new lands. So I'm really looking forward to what happens at Hollywood Studios and how that impacts the resort as a whole in the future.
Well, Darren White, Drew Smith, thank you so much for joining us today on Florida Live. You both have been so much fun.
Thank you.
Always happy to join.
Well, that's going to do it for us here on Florida Live. Thanks for joining us, and stick around for more live local news coverage on Fox Local and on Fox 35.
Companies. And so welcome, Salil, the CEO. And I want to start off by, obviously, the elephant in the room, of course, is digital transformation. And what the AI revolution is doing to not just reshape just technology companies, but the entire enterprise. And so you work with literally the world's largest organizations. And from your perspective, seeing them every day, what is the real scale of this shift? And how fundamentally will AI change how large companies operate, let's say, over the next decade?
So first, thanks for having me and Infosys here. It's incredible to see what you've done, so congratulations. What we're seeing on AI with large enterprises is a huge adoption. A few weeks ago, we laid out where Infosys sees the big growth opportunities. There's 6 areas where in total we see something in the range of $300 to $400 billion of addressable market. And today we're already seeing examples of large programs at clients. So take one of the 6 areas, which is modernizing what is going on in old technology, bringing it to new areas, legacy modernization. And we see clients in financial services, we see clients in energy, we see clients in telco, big companies, US and European, working and making all of that happen. Another area that we see is building out of agents, and there, many of the processes, you take a process like KYC in a bank, you take a process on an accounts payable in many organizations, horizontal, you take a process on knowledge capture and sharing in wealth management, and all of those are being driven by agent technology and the change that's coming in. So from our perspective, huge opportunity for that sort of growth.
But many companies experimented with AI pilots, and but far fewer, and I think this is going to be a key theme this week, and I know that a bunch of CEOs are going to be talking about this, very few have embedded AI into their core business processes. Someone referred to it as being a tourist or a resident. What makes a company, an organization that is either doing one or the other, that is not either just there temporarily or deeply, deeply remaking their business?
So there again, I think we have seen a shift where large companies are doing this as a resident at scale. So we have examples, and again, in the session we had a few weeks ago, we had 12 clients come in and talk about the programs they're doing at scale, all available publicly. One of the clients, a bank working on a huge modernization program. Another, a consumer products business working on how to enhance their revenue growth by customizing agents through our purchase history. Another, a telco building AI in their billing operations to make agents go much more efficiently. So what we are seeing today is a large adoption. Not every company is doing it, but the early big transformation players are making a huge bet on this. In the banking world, for example, we think the adoption is the quickest today. There's already a lot of work on regulation which AI can help automate. And then there's growth. For example, we're doing some work in credit management, where in a bank with AI agent technology, the bank team can assess credit much more efficiently and target their product more clearly. So we think the growth is at scale, not anymore just sort of testing or picking.
And what other sectors or functions are sort of at the forefront? You mentioned finance.
So there's 3 big areas in terms of sectors. There's financial services, energy, telco. Those are big sectors right now that we see.
We are continuing to listen into this summit happening right now in Washington, D.C., where leaders in all industries are talking about artificial intelligence and how it's been impacting their specific companies. But as I was mentioning before, the Senate is now underway. This is a live look there on Capitol Hill. And speaking right now is Senator Chuck Grassley. Let's listen in.
Throughout history, that's of little comfort to working families struggling to make ends meet. In the first 6 months of this new administration, the Republicans led Congress acting early to shield Americans battling rising prices from the additional burden of a record tax hike that would have happened if we had not intervened. The Working Families Tax Cut Act prevented the largest tax increase in our nation's history. It also included additional working class tax cuts. As a result, for working men and women, the average tax refund is up 11% over last year. Moreover, thanks to no tax on tips and overtime, workers keep more of a hard-earned dollars with each paycheck as the taxman takes less. This means Americans have more money in their pockets to provide for their families. Still, Much work remains to be done. And with other colleagues, we're addressing the rising cost of living. We are all working to lower the cost on health care, food, gasoline, and housing, to name a few. Congress recently passed reforms to rein in the powerful drug middlemen called pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs for short. This will lower drug costs. Now, more needs to be done in the area of getting prescription drugs down, but what we did about a month ago with PBMs through more transparency should lead to lower drug costs. But out of bills I've introduced, there's still several more provisions dealing with pharmacy benefit managers that we need to pass. I'm also working to increase access to more affordable health insurance plans, increase competition and access to cheaper drugs, and establish health care price transparency, which works very well for consumers that want to look to the marketplace. There's a wide variety of prices for a lot of operations and a lot of other health care costs. If people would compare prices, they would save a lot of money. Another area of focus for me is the cost of groceries. We can lower food costs by supporting American agriculture and passing a farm bill. Farmers have been hit by a sharp rise in costs to their inputs, which eventually a consumer pays for. Reducing these costs through transparency and competition on inputs such as fertilizer would also help ease food prices. In this area, I'm happy to read that finally the Department of Justice is looking at anti-competition in agriculture, particularly in fertilizer and seed companies generally, not just seed corn. A top priority of mine is enacting year-round E15 legislation. This policy would deliver lower prices at the gas pump and boost the farm economy. And anybody who believes that E15 won't reduce prices, you ought to check prices at the pumps in the 8 states of the Midwest that have already received permission from the EPA for E15 year-round and in those 8 states. What we need to do is make sure it's by law year-round, E15 year-round and nationwide. Top of the list of expenses for most families is housing. You know, it used to be that the average first-time homeowner was 30 years old. Today, he or she is 41 years old. We got to get housing costs down for first-time homeowners. The Senate has passed the 21st Century Road to Housing legislation. This should increase the supply of affordable housing by cutting red tape and unlocking private capital. Last but not least, affordability requires fiscal sanity. Fiscal recklessness by the Biden administration caused inflation, and fiscal restraint is the ultimate antidote. Last year's reconciliation bill took a step in the right direction by trimming $1 trillion of mandatory spending. Yet uncommonly high deficits and mounting debt continue to fuel inflation and put upward pressure on interest rates. To finally stamp out inflation, Congress must recommit to sound budgeting. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
So we were hearing from Senator Chuck Grassley as the Senate has now convened after a 2-week recess happening right now, the roll call. We are going to step away for just a moment, continuing our coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I am monitoring the Senate floor where a quorum call is now being held. They're doing a roll call to see who is in attendance, but should there be more speakers, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, though, we do have another live event that takes us to Los Angeles. This is where some of the United States' most treasured historical records have arrived as part of an 8-city tour celebrating the country's 250th anniversary. We're hearing from speakers right now.
To be a part of history and make these treasures more accessible to all people is a tremendous privilege and responsibility. It's an opportunity to open our campus to the wider community and share in something very special. It goes straight to our mission as a university and the very reason why we exist. And I can think of no better stewards for these national treasures than the Fisher Museum of USC. It took a lot of coordination across 13 different departments within the university, as well as with local, state, and federal offices. I want to thank every single person who made this possible, including our terrific partners at the National Archives Foundation and Boeing. Thank you so much. These documents may have arrived to us on the wings of an aircraft, but it's important to remember that throughout history, democracy and freedom have managed to spread across the globe on the power of these ideas alone. We know that we are only caretakers of these documents for a short while. Like all great universities, we are constant stewards of the principles that they enshrine. I believe we live up to that stewardship in the way we teach our students. We live up to it in the way we foster academic freedom and freedom of expression. And we live up to these ideals in the way we engage and contribute to the public discourse. Having spent time teaching constitutional law, I am personally looking forward to seeing how this exhibit will spark conversation at USC and in our community. We are prepared for as many as 20,000 visitors to the exhibit over the next several weeks while they are at USC. I hope this exhibit will bring together people as we reflect on our shared beliefs in democracy and freedom. Thank you very much.
And now, if you turn your eyes to the Freedom Plane, we will have the USC Reserve Officers Training Corps assist with the transfer of the documents. Following the transfer, the program will conclude. We hope to see you all when the exhibition opens at USC's Fisher Museum on Friday.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is an event happening right now in Los Angeles, where we just saw the transfer of some of the United States' most treasured historical records after they arrived in Los Angeles. This is all part of an 8-city tour celebrating the country's 250th anniversary. And we were hearing some live music. We do enjoy bringing you these events, as we do have access to cameras all around the United States and the world. We are going to take this opportunity just to step away for a brief moment as we continue our coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue our coverage, and we're going to head back to Washington, D.C., where leaders in various industries are talking about artificial intelligence and how it has changed how they do business. Let's continue to listen in.
Anymore. Like anything that you've built, like all the technology that you actually developed over the last 6 months, is actually already obsolete in some ways, and you have to keep doing it.
So you're kind of disrupting yourself as you go along.
You have to continuously do that, and the market is also changing, rapidly. So I feel like, there's, for most AI companies, especially which are application layer and above, it's they need to wait. They need to sort of see how the foundation sort of stabilizes. So that's why you'll see the companies that actually are going public in AI space are all infrastructure level companies.
Okay, so we'll leave it at that. There will be another series, I guess, coming out, and hopefully we can get it a piece. Thank you so much, Arvind. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
So we are continuing to listen in live to this event happening right now in Washington, D.C. This is the Semaphore World Economy Summit, where industry leaders are speaking, talking about artificial intelligence. And as we take a live look, it seems perhaps there's going to be an additional person on the stage. We were previously hearing from the co-founder of Anthropic, a company that has dominated the headlines as they are having some of the biggest tech companies like Microsoft and Google use their product before it's publicly released. The product is known as Claude Mythos, and it is an AI program that is meant to detect problems and solve them in real time very quickly. So we were hearing from the co-founder about that and how AI is going to shape the world's economy. Some industries may no longer exist as we know it because artificial intelligence, he says, could take over those jobs. So we do see that more speakers are now walking up to the stage as we continue our coverage.
I've spent most of the last 30 minutes in the green room learning about things that I thought were fads that in fact are actually quite durable and ingrained. And also Amazon is a rather impressive structural company, it turns out. It's my breaking news. Please cite me if you're going to do this. I am really excited for this conversation because I think there are a lot of things happening in the consumer space as it pertains to what both of you guys are kind of playing central roles in different parts of kind of the supply chain on some level. And your views on those elements are really, really integral to understanding this moment. And Jason, I want to start with you in terms of, Amazon grocery, obviously Whole Foods. What are you seeing about consumer trends right now that maybe people would think, okay, this is a fad, or maybe this is because people made New Year's resolutions, or maybe because there's some type of overlap with the kind of mass production of GLP-1s, where you're saying, no, this is something that's durable and locked in from a consumer behavior standpoint?
Yeah, as you were just saying, I don't think this is a fad at all. This has been a cultural shift where consumers have gravitated towards health and wellness, and this is now a consideration as they're making food purchases and deciding what they're putting in their bodies. And I don't think of this as a singular decision, though. It's not something like, I'm just going to be healthy. This is a decision that consumers have to make day in, day out. And as a retailer, we have to make sure that we can support all those different occasions that our customers are looking to have supported in this space. Just because you're deciding that you're going to eat less sugar, be healthy, doesn't mean that you're not going to also decide to indulge and enjoy things that you like as well. I think it's all about in moderation and what is the majority of the things that you're looking to consume. When we look at the actual data behind this, if you look at right now, organic and better for you is growing twice as fast as conventional grocery. Across America, nearly 50% of consumers took a New Year's resolution this year saying, I'm going to eat more vegetables, more fruit, and have less sugar. And when you look over the last 10 years, what consumers have defined as quality has changed. Before it was around health and wellness, before it was around dietary needs, and now it has shifted towards what is that product? And it's making sure that it is far less produced products, and ultimately that they're ultimately more sustainable as well. And so this is showing consumers don't just care about what they're eating, they care about what does it mean for the environment, what does it mean for workers, what does it mean for the